position driver. You'll see again from the rubber around the circuit, the tyre lines that the rubber leaves, generally fairly central to this circuit. There's a few corners where you would take the natural racing line, but around here it's generally to position yourself into the middle of the circuit and allow that momentum, allow that drive from the DRS kart to take you on to the next corner, and again and we'll catch up with the rest of my track walk a little later on in today's show. The good old days. Two of my 6 British Kart Championships were won here, 1998 and 99 and 2002. It hasn't changed a lot, it has to be said, but still gives a real driver's challenge here. It is fast, it is renowned as a circuit where power comes into play, but so much is relative to momentum, so much relative to the flow from corner to corner here. It is a different challenge for the drivers, and our first set of drivers, our first group, is the DRS62s, our youngest group, our 8 to 12 year olds on circuit now for their qualifying session. Each driver undertakes this 10-minute session, so 10 minutes of qualifying and 10 minutes to put the fastest possible lap time together that they can. And we did talk about, and we will talk about, this circuit being about flow, about momentum. If you make a mistake here, it tends to hurt you for a good few corners before you can gather up that speed once more. And these drivers just starting to bed themselves in. What we haven't mentioned yet is the weather. It's probably one of the hottest days of the year so far. The temperature gauge has already clicked over the 30-degree mark. It is warm, and it will be a tough ask for these drivers. Remember, the drivers are obviously enclosed in a race suit, a kart race suit. They've got obviously helmets on, gloves, boots, so they will certainly be feeling that temperature. They will lose a lot of water through sweat. They'll have to keep themselves as hydrated as they possibly can throughout the day. We'll try and grab a chat with a few of the drivers later on just to see how much that temperature does affect them out on circuit. We're already having the lead drivers complete a lap or so. You can see on screen there, it's Conor Scarisbrick who's done the fastest lap of the session so far. The man to beat, of course, Harry Bartle, who won both the Heat, the pre-final and the final just 3 weeks ago at Houghton Park in Cheshire. Does the different configuration here allow for Harry Bartle to maintain that supremacy over the rest? Not quite yet, because Scarisbrick is just around 0.2 of a second quicker than Harry Bartle so far. Bartle just nestled into second on the timesheet. Archie Pitts-Drake is third, and Jack Robinson is fourth. Oscar Walsh is fifth. Jackson Lane has done the 6th fastest time. Oscar Walsh is the fastest of the rookie drivers competing in their first season of the DRS series. They are easily identified by the black number plate, but the rest of these DRS drivers with a yellow number, a yellow plate, a black number. And again, just trying to sort themselves out, just trying to get themselves some clear air, or even better, a little toe behind another driver. Some of them just trying to put themselves in a position to have a chase. Often it's much easier to produce a quicker lap time when you have that target to go and chase and get after. And they'll try and position themselves in the best possible spot to get the best possible lap time. Remember, when the drivers don't have to go out at the start of the session. They can wait, they can stay on the dummy grid here at Rissington. They can wait for the opportune moment to go onto circuit. But once they have had enough, once they have come in from the qualifying session, so if they do come into the Parc Fermé area before the 10-minute time slot has elapsed, then that is the end of their session. You can't go out, make changes, come back in, make changes, go out again. You're not allowed to do that. Once you're in, you're in. as I heard the officials stating this morning. You do tend to see that drivers will go faster as the session, or the timing of the session ticks away. Be interesting to see what impact the heat has on the tyres as well, because tyres will get hotter. Obviously tyres are already going to be hot when they start, before the chemical reaction occurs of the friction between kart and tarmac, kart and track. So it'll be interesting to see how these tyres react, and if any of the drivers start to have different characteristics of handling for these Daniel Ricciardo Series karts. Remember, the series is one make, one engine, one kart. Very much a emphasis on driver ability. Everything as close as it possibly can be to standardised. It does tend to mean that we have very close racing. Houghton Park was a good example of that. Some excellent thrills and spills. Certainly DRS100 probably the pick of the bunch, I think, for drama and excitement a couple of weekends ago. Remember, from here as well, this is round number 2. From here we go off to our most southern venue in a month's time, 5 weeks' time, before we head to Clay Pigeon on the 28th and 29th of August. And then it's off into the Midlands at Wilton Mill in September. We go here back to Little Rissington at the start of October, before we head into Lincolnshire for our final round, which is on the last weekend of October. COVID regulations permitting, of course. Do get the feeling, don't we, that there's probably another sting in the tail from the pandemic. But we're happy to be here, we're happy to be racing, we're happy to be underway, we're happy to have one round complete. As we said, that round for the DRS62s was won by Harry Bartle, but Bartle currently third fastest. They've done 7 laps or so. 48.489, the fastest lap that we've seen so far. That's from Conor Scarisbrick, the 121, who's just tucked in behind Jack Robinson. You can see there as they head down towards Bottom Bend. This flat out right-hander off camber sucks you in, and then they go round Middle Bend and into the elbow. The final corner here, this 90 right, and then it just swings to the right-hand side, Nova start finish, and Scarisbrick has had enough of chasing Jack Robinson. He's now going to try and punch a hole in the air himself as he goes through the left-hander of the loop up towards Top Bend with a yellow flag at Top Bend. In fact, with a yellow flag all the way down to the dogleg for the 112 driver of Lewin Aid, currently 16th in the running, the back of the field. So Scarisbrick and Robinson, 1 and 2 on the timesheets. They're actually 1 and 2 on circuit as well. They're just circulating together. There's a little group behind them. We'll just keep an eye on this group of 2, because they're going to try and use them now to get a tour. And that group is led by Harry Bartle. So let's see how quickly Bartle could go now. Just trying to get a chase now. Trying to use Scarisbrick and Robinson to chase as they head through the loop up to Top Bend. This right-hander tightens on exit, and then it runs away from you down the hill. Then they stretch their legs down towards the dogleg. Tightest corner on the circuit. It's where Robinson is now. These lap times will be interesting, because Bartle has cruised onto the back of these two. He might have just got there too early, because now he might find that Scarisbrick is just holding him up in the latter stage of the lap. Will he have a little look down the inside into the elbow? It'll probably ruin his lap if he does. No, he just stays in behind. This is probably a key moment then. Bartle about to cross the line. He's chased these two. Does he go faster? No. 48.9. In fact, they've all dropped right off the pace, haven't they? I wonder if that's an indication of where the lap times are. 48.7 for Bartle. 48.4 is the lap to beat from Conor Scarisbrick. 48.6 is 2/10 slower is Jack Robinson, and then just a 200th of a second slower than that is Harry Bartle. And then a couple of attempts back to Oscar Walsh and Archie Pitts-Drake, and Adam Bourne is now up to 6th fastest. Jackson Lane is 7th. Zach McDonald is 8th. Liam Karbalov is 9th, and just into the top 10 is Oliver Harrison at 49.7, but that's some 1.2 seconds slower than Conor Scarisbrick has been. Here comes this lead group again. We say lead group, it doesn't matter where they are on circuit from a perspective of track position, but it matters how fast they can go in terms of qualifying. We are now into the last 10 seconds or so of the session. So the checker flag will come out now. So they are all on their last lap. I don't think anyone's gone faster now for quite a few laps, really. So let's just see if anyone can go quicker this time. Ewan Scotcherton, his fastest lap of the session so far. We're looking for the purple sectors. We're looking for the blue flash on our screen to show that a driver has done their personal best. Has anybody got the capacity to go faster? Got the pace then. Here comes the lead group. Is anybody faster this time? We wait for them to update on our screen. No, nobody goes faster. 49.6 for Robinson. A 50 for Conor Scarisbrick. So they've got dropped right off. I wonder if that's an indication then of how the temperature comes into play. The time seemed to drop towards the end of the session. Certainly looked to be around lap 4 or 5 when the tyres were probably in their optimum block. The drivers were able to get the maximum amount of grip before they effectively went off. What happens is the surface of the tyre becomes so hot, it becomes sticky, almost slides off the top of the tyre. And that can make the handling a little bit more difficult. So then, our rundown, our DRS62 qualifying, subject to any post-qualifying scrutineering checks, of course, is Conor Scarisbrick, the number 121, 48.489 second lap time, 0.2 of a second quicker than Jack Robinson in second. Harry Bartle down in third, a further 200ths behind. And then Oscar Walsh, the number 120, the top rookie as well, 48.886 for him, 0.4 of a second behind Conor Scarisbrick. Archie Pitts-Drake, 5th fastest, Adam Bourne 6th fastest, Jackson Lane 7th, Zach McDonald 8th, Liam Karbalov stayed in 9th, and Oliver Harrison hung on to that 10th place. So that's our first qualifying session done and dusted. The next one, as always, on a tight and well-rehearsed, well-judged timing schedule today. Our next qualifying session is for the DRS125s. Scheduled off at around about 11:40. So let's go back to the track walk. Let's go back to my time out there in the sunshine this morning, where we had a look around this historic kart track, as I say, built on an airfield here at RAF Rissington. Been in operation for many, many years and hosted many of the major British karting championships as well. Let's go and have a look at the rest of a lap here at Little Rissington. So this is the loop, turn 3 here at Little Rissington. It takes us into turn 4, which is top bend. Two almost identical corners, and the trick for the driver is just to carry as much speed as they possibly can, whilst not giving too many opportunities just to be pinched down the inside by an opposition driver. You'll see again from the rubber around the circuit, the tyre lines that the rubber leaves, generally fairly central to this circuit. There's a few corners where you would take the natural racing line, but around here it's generally to position yourself into the middle of the circuit and allow that momentum, allow that drive from the DRS kart to take you on to the next corner, and again to carry that key momentum, that key speed throughout these long sweeping turns and loops at Rissington. So we're here at top bend. Now this is about exit speed. As you can see, the corner tightens as you enter, so as you go in it looks like quite an open corner, just like the loop that we've just been to at turn 3, but as you actually get here it tightens on the way in. So you get to a certain point where you think, okay, this is a fairly similar corner to where we've just been, and then you get here and almost you have to put a little bit more into the steering just to get you round. It almost turns into a hairpin, tightens on the way out. The key here is exit speed. It's going to take you down into the dogleg, which is the fast complex that we're going to see shortly. And the quicker you can get out of this corner, the best opportunity you have to get a run down that back straight and perhaps an overtaking opportunity into turns 6 and 7. Don't expect to see a lot of action on the curbs this weekend at Hooton Park. The curbs are a little bit more friendly, certainly on the inside of the circuit. Here at Rissington, they are not friendly curbs. They are quite sharp. You'll see here from the indentations on them that they're almost the crocodile curbs that you hear them talk about in F1 as well. So they're not particularly friendly. The drivers that go over them will run the risk of potentially throwing off a chain and having a technical problem. So you won't expect, or you certainly won't see, a lot of the drivers use these curbs this weekend. And to be honest, it's not the fastest way around this Rissington circuit. As we said, an old airfield, it's open, it's wide, that there's lots of opportunities to get a good quick lap time round here whilst being as smooth as you possibly can. Like many of the circuits in the UK, Rissington has different configurations. So what you will see today is you'll see drivers on their formation laps will not take part in some of the lap. They'll go straight on. For example, here on the way into the dogleg during a race, they will take this little flat out right turn into the dogleg. During the formation lap, they will open their legs and get their tyres, their brakes and themselves ready for the race by doing the outer loop of this Rissington circuit. So you will see that on the formation laps this weekend. So we're at the apex of the dogleg. Undoubtedly the toughest corner on the circuit here at Rissington. Drivers will come in really quickly from the top bend. They'll come in under braking. It is downhill, it's really tricky, it's quite slippery, it's very bumpy, and they've got to stop the car as quickly as they can to get onto this apex. This is where they need to be. They need to be on the inside here for the dogleg to give themselves the best possible angle to get out of the dogleg and into the final stage of the lap. There will be overtaking here. It's the point of the circuit where we go from the fastest speed to the slowest. And this is all about driver skill and driver ability. How quickly can you stop that car? How quickly can you get it onto the apex? And how quickly can you release and get back onto the power for the exit? And for all that stopping power that you need on the way into the dogleg, it actually opens up really nicely on the way out. So once you are through that first apex, it's actually quite a nice experience. It's actually quite a nice corner on the way out. It opens up massively on the exit. So don't expect to see drivers too close to the apex on the way out. And what it does mean is this is absolutely critical for the drivers who want to carry that momentum back up to the end of the lap. If you're looking for a last corner overtaking manoeuvre at the elbow, which we'll come to in a few moments time, it starts here. Can you get a good drive from this corner? Can you get tucked into the slipstream round bottom bend, which is more or less flat out for all of our drivers here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series? So expect them to come out of this as quickly as they can to set them up for the rest of the lap. And this is bottom bend. I love this corner. Probably one of the best corners in the UK karting scene. It almost sucks you in. It's downhill, off camber, drags you into the corner. It's flat out. So from a speed and exhilaration perspective, the drivers will almost hold on to the car as it goes through here. It's a little bit of turn, not an awful lot, and just let the circuit drag you in, suck you in, and then it spits you out onto the outside curb, that outside of the left curb here. That curb's a little bit more friendly, so you maybe expect to see a couple of drivers to go onto that. But you get through bottom bend, you think your lap's nearly done, and all of a sudden you get hit with almost a 90 right, which is our next corner. So you almost think the job's done here, and you've got two really technical corners that you still need to navigate to get you through the rest of the lap. So middle bend, as we said, you go through bottom bend, think the job's done, you get to here and think, oh, this is a little bit more tricky than I imagined. The inside curb is fairly wicked. Drivers will want to stay away from that. You can see it now comes back uphill, so it's about getting as much drive, carrying as much speed through here as you possibly can to take you up the short straight into the elbow. No overtaking here generally, because they've come so quickly from bottom bend that they almost just hold line of stern. Expect drivers to try and get in the slipstream, try and get that toe on the way up the short straight into the final corner, the elbow. So the final corner on this Little Rissington circuit is the elbow, one of the most famous corners in all of British kart racing. You can see on the way in, the track dives away from you. The track, almost as I'm stood here, I'm at the lowest point of the circuit. And this is for a flat airfield. There is lots of little undulations in this circuit that drivers will be aware of, and it makes just your braking positions, your braking points, that little bit more tricky at times. The elbow is tough. Drivers have carried lots of speed through bottom bend, through middle bend. They now have to drag the kart over onto this right hand side and wrestle it into the elbow. I say wrestle it because of the way the camber works. It is that much trickier to turn the kart and get it to react onto the way into this left-hander. There is a short sweeping right hand turn on the exit which takes you to start finish, but if we're going to see any overtaking, if we're going to see any last gasp moves, they will be in here. And that's it. 9 corners, open, fast, lots of camber, lots of different challenges for the drivers from what they've seen before at Houghton Park. This is Little Rissington, as we said, based on an old airfield. This is a historic kart track and always produces some really top-end racing. Let's see how all the drivers get on in the qualifying and racing today. So welcome back to Little Rissington. We're about to get underway with our second of the qualifying sessions. It's the DRS100s, our 12 to 16-year-olds, our junior category. And they are just getting themselves ready in Parc Fermé now. See, we've got umbrellas. Umbrellas are not for the rain, of course. It's just to keep that little bit of extra shade for the drivers. It will be very, very hot, and temperatures expected to rise as well as we go on throughout the day. So they'll certainly be keen, the drivers, to spend as much time in the shade as they can. Some useful usage of that extra shade. Several drivers then to look at in the DRS100. I said before that it probably gave us our most entertainment at Houghton Park for round 1. It was Maximilian Salarski who came out on top that day. There's lots of drivers to be aware of for the DRS100s. Before we get to them, we'll then have a look at the DRS125. So the timing for the DRS125s is on screen. The qualifying scheduled for 11:40. The first heat around 12:55. The pre-final 10 to 3, and then the grand final for the DRS125s. Our senior class is just around about 4 o'clock, just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. So it was Elliot Stanley who was the victor 3 weeks ago at Houghton Park. But several drivers who have the experience, several seeded drivers from last year, including Matthew Pearce, last year's vice champion. Tom Snape, 5th in last year's championship. Then Elliot Stanley, who was 8th last time. So just around about 30 seconds or so before we expect to be underway. 10 minutes the drivers have to put on that fastest possible lap time. And again, it'll be interesting to see then the effect of the tyre pressures. It'll be interesting to see at what point the tyres are in that sweet spot for them to gather maximum grip before they effectively start to head towards the other way and start to make the handling a little bit more tricky for these DRS125 drivers. So the umbrellas are down. The drivers are just about ready to go. Now the other aspect of this is, will every driver come out bang on the start of the session? Because some may just think, right, I'll hang on here, let it develop for a few minutes, especially if the drivers have realised that the closing stage of the session may be just putting extra wear into the tyres effectively. If the tyres aren't producing the goods, or only producing the goods from maybe 5, 6, 7 laps, then the drivers are probably unlikely to, what's the point of being out there for 12, 14 laps when you're only actually going to be getting the maximum effect for a short period of that. It also depends on whether the drivers are able to get the thing hooked up quickly enough. But yeah, we are seeing some of the drivers, the likes of Elliott Stanley, who hasn't, and Matthew Pearce, who haven't yet decided to go on to. I think this is a clever move. I think this is a little bit more sensible from these guys. They know the circuit isn't gonna be significantly faster. It's more to do with the tyres and more to do with the fact that they are not going to be out there for that full session. It also gives them chance, if they just hang on for 3 or 4 minutes even, it also gives them a chance to see what's been set out there. It also gives them a chance to see who has made those early moves. Matthew Pearce has had enough of waiting. He's going to join in the circuit now. But we've still got a couple on in Parc Fermé that haven't yet decided to get involved in this session. So we'll keep an eye on them. We've had just around about a minute of the first session. As out comes the 3-2-1 of Firaz Bilbezi. Again, I think most are now joining the circuit. I would have been brave enough to wait 3 or 4 minutes and give myself sort of 6 minutes, 6, 7 laps, which I would guess is probably the optimum time for the tyres. I would still be quite happily sat there in Parc Fermé. Let the others set a benchmark. Let's see where they're up to. It's a brave thing to do. I absolutely understand that, but it's what kart racing's all about. I'm just looking down there. There is at least one driver still in the Parc Fermé. I think Elliott Stanley's still in Parc Fermé as well. So then, the early pace setter is Matthew Pearce. As expected, the 42.6 for Pearce is his first flying lap. The best lap of the day will be significantly faster than that, of course. Just seen a driver get very ragged out at the elbow. It was a 319 of Tommy Welsh. And we've got an exhaust off by the sound of it on one of them as well. So expect a technical flag to come out in the next lap or so. Certainly the drivers drove past our commentary position, which is more or less bang on start finish. There was one that certainly sounded like it had some sort of exhaust technical issue. Certainly louder than all the other karts out there. So Pearce comes to complete his second lap. 42.4 for Pearce. We're 3 minutes into the session, so when does the likes of Elliott Stanley decide that he's had enough of waiting? He's still sat in Parc Fermé, I think, although we can't see him from our commentary position. I'm assuming that is the case because he's the only one who hasn't delivered a lap time as yet. So Oliver Owen second fastest, but second fastest by some half a second slower than Matthew Pearce. Dylan Reed a further 10th behind, and Jack Rigg a 43.1 for him, another 42. So 42.8 for Matthew Pearce last time. So he's already dropped 3 or 4 tenths of a second. Now, I think this is really bright from Elliott Stanley because we'll check on Pearce next time. Now, if Pearce doesn't go faster, I reckon the life cycle to get the best out of the tyres is about 4 laps. If that's the case, why would you continue to circulate knowing that the 4th lap was effectively your fastest and you're not going to go any quicker? Just because of the heat, just because of how the tyres work within the heat. Let's have a look at then Matthew Pearce and just see if he can go any faster, if he's got some clear air at the moment. New fastest lap for Cody Eustace. So this is lap 4, so we've got 5 drivers who just done their fastest lap. Here comes Pearce over start finish. No, very slow from Pearce. He must have bombed that lap earlier on. And we will, of course, keep an eye on Elliot Stanley, who is just starting his first flying lap, the number 8. And just see him now into top bend, as down towards the dogleg goes Pearce. Is this another flying lap, or is he coming in? Let's just have a look at him as he goes round middle bend. Nope, still a flying lap for Pearce. Into the elbow, he comes. You can just see the car skipping over some of the bumps. Does he go any faster this time, Pearce? No, 42.7. The tyres are done. I think 4 laps, certainly for these DRS 125 drivers. Stanley's just done a 42.9, so 42.9 for him first lap. So this is important then. So we think lap 3, lap 4 gives you your fastest lap time. Pearce did his best lap on lap 3, 42.4. He's now circulating 42.7, 3/10 slower down, having done 5 laps. So I reckon that Elliot Stanley's got 2 laps here to stick in his best qualifying time. We'll keep an eye on him. He's currently at the elbow and coming over start finish now. Does he go faster, Stanley? 43's dead. No, he doesn't. This is interesting. So did he make a little mistake? We'll have a little watch of Elliot Stanley then, the number 8. He's just going up to top bend now as Sam Faulkner goes faster. So right, this is interesting. Faulkner waited. So Faulkner waited. He's just come out, done his first flying lap, and it's a 42.460, which is 0.02 of a second quicker than Matthew Pearce. So Faulkner then goes fastest. 42.7 last time for Pearce. I don't see the point of them circulating out there anymore. I really don't see the point of the likes of Pearce and Reed and Cody Eustace and Jack Rigg and Oliver Owen. They've done 7 laps. They ain't going to go faster, boys, at the moment. The heat isn't going to let them go any faster, I don't think. I'm happy to be proved wrong. But at the moment, Sam Faulkner is fastest. What's Elliot Stanley got? 43.1 last time round, so not fast enough at all for Elliot Stanley. He's half a second off the pace at the moment. Here comes the 3.21 of Firas Biblesi. 43.6 for him, which is 4/10 slower than his fastest lap. So last couple of laps, nobody has gone any faster. They are literally just circulating around. Just having a look at Tom Snape as well. Tom Snape's on a 43.6 last lap. No change at the front. Again, nobody going any quicker. We've still got 3 minutes. Just keep an eye on Faulkner and Stanley. They've just completed their... Here comes Stanley now over start finish. He does a 59, so he's certainly ducked out of that lap at some point. Where is Faulkner? Here he is, over start finish at 2.83, 59 for him as well. So another lap that he had aborted earlier on. So can Elliot Stanley go any quicker here? He's done 4 laps. I think he's probably just outside of the window now for tyres. So unless it's going to be now, I cannot see how he's going to go any quicker. I'm not really 100% sure why they're all still circling here. Because nobody's gone faster now. Nobody's gone faster and done a personal best for some time. Stanley's just done a 43.1. So they might as well all just park up. They might as well all just save the tyres for the Heat pre-final and final. Get themselves into parc fermé, get themselves out of the sun. Because nobody, with the exception of Firas Bilbasi, who's just done a personal best for him, a 43.1. But the tyres are outside of the window, boys. The tyres worked for 3 or 4 laps. That was your chance. You had to be right on it from the start of the session. Track temperature hasn't changed. So now we are effectively just circling for extra practice laps, it has to be said, because there's nobody going to go, I don't think, faster than Sam Faulkner has gone. I'm not even sure if Sam Faulkner is still circulating the 283. And if he isn't, absolute fair play to him, because for me, that's exactly what I would have done. Sam Faulkner has gone out, done 3 laps, done fastest lap of the qualifying session, got himself in. His tyres are now 7-8 laps fresher than everybody else's. So I mean, Dave Burns has just gone out and done his second lap as well. He's qualified down in 10th at the moment. But for me, if the DRS100 drivers are watching this, surely that's your strategy. Don't go out when the session starts. Give it a couple of minutes. Get yourself a little gap. Get yourself some space. Put a 3-lap stint in. Do an amazing 3 laps. Put your best time in. Save your tyres and you come. I'm not, just because of the heat, because of the way that the heat is going to affect the tyres, affect the circuit, I don't see any advantage at all. And I think Sam Faulkner has got this absolutely bob on. Because not only is he the fastest man on the circuit, not only has he put the best lap of the session in, he's also only put 3 laps on his tyres. So let's see how the rest look at that. I mean, Elliot Stanley's tried to do something similar. He only did 6 laps on his. Dave Burns did 2 laps on his. But for me, this is a 3-lap qualifying session. It might be 10 minutes, but effectively it is 3 laps for these guys, because that's the window for the tyres. So Sam Faulkner then, fastest lap in the DRS125 qualifying, a 42.460 for Sam. Matthew Pearce second fastest, he did 9 laps, 42.479. Dylan Reid third fastest, 317, a 42.902. He was some 4/10 slower. So not much between Faulkner and Pearce, it has to be said. But Dylan Reid and the remaining pack, some 4/10 to half a second behind Sam Faulkner. Elliot Stanley in 4th, the race winner from round 1 at Hooton Park. 42.943 for him. And then Cody Eustace 5th fastest, Jack Riggs 6th fastest, Oliver Owen 7th fastest, Firaz Bilbezi was 8th fastest. Ben Gartz had 9. Dave Burns, who only did 2 laps of the session. The 197, he was 10th fastest. Carl Watt, Tommy Welsh and Tom Snape were the remaining drivers as they head down into Parc Ferme. All the carts and engines will be checked, of course. Every driver is weighed after every session, or certainly the top drivers are weighed after every session as well, just to make sure there are no irregularities from a scrutineering perspective. So interesting stuff then from the DRS125 drivers. In terms of our schedule, we are next on circuit in just around 10-12 minutes for the DRS100 drivers, who have that time to work out a strategy here. One of the things this series does do, it gives a real wide-ranging host of opportunities for drivers to develop their skills, not just out on circuit, but in terms of the tactical side of the sport. So we will be back in just a few moments. The DRS100s, they're 12:05 qualifying. Their heat is around about 1:20 this afternoon, 3:15 for the pre-final, and the grand final is at 4:30 this afternoon. This will be our last race of the day, the DRS100s. So we'll be back in just a few moments with their qualifying session.
felt it happening.
Dad, check the front tyre bearings. You have to check that every single time. Yeah. Check the steering gear. Series, you know the podium's got loads of shade?
It's £1 for the shade, £2 for an umbrella.
How much for your number? Megan would never let me ask that.
Exactly. She got nicer legs.
I don't know, Dave. Blue's definitely your colour.
It's hard to work.
All the rest of it.
No, so I actually...
blow yourself out. Just, as much as you want to say, mate, just do a couple of quick laps and come in. You never know what's going to
So it sounds
I know, I'm the dad. If I make a mistake, I'm wrong.
So you've got to be right. Can't possibly be the drive.
Well, it is quite interesting looking at you want to no, so
I know what's the name.
Yields and name place just under the road. Making up for it.
I haven't seen you around.
Going really well.
After the last round,
Yeah, so you can at any point within
the last thing should come in, walks up to the van, oh my god.
Oh, did he? Oh my god. Oh, they're not.
James.
It's not as easy as the
James.
No, I know. We just had that incident with it all.
Yours, man.
Tiny bit of wind up there.
Let's just get on with it, right? As soon as you can get out, do a steady
clock is 12:05. Third and final qualifying session. The qualifying session for the 11 to 16-year-old drivers from the DRS100 class. As we said earlier on, probably gave us the best of the entertainment up at Houghton Park in Cheshire 3 weeks ago, and this will be interesting just to see who does what in terms of qualification strategy. Remember, these drivers all had practice sessions yesterday in the heat. So will they all go out at once? That's the question. I wouldn't be in a hurry here. It looks like some of them certainly are. So we've got some that are going to wait. Yeah, I like that. Some that are going to go for it and get those laps in early. Now, will they do the full session? That's the other question. Let's just see how this works out in terms of the lap times. Don't expect the track conditions to be any different really from the end of the DRS125 session around about 10-15 minutes ago. It's a 10-minute qualifying session. The drivers can join that session whenever they want, but once they leave the session, they cannot rejoin. So in theory, driver could come out, do 3 laps, which I think is probably the window for the tyres. And then they could go and get in the shade somewhere. I think the more likely, or certainly what looks to be more likely, is that drivers are going to do the full session and see where it puts them. Let's see how the times are comparatively as the session goes on. So they've all completed an initial lap. Just trying to see which drivers have not yet taken to the circuit. Just look down towards the dummy grid. There's certainly at least 1 or 2 still down there that have decided not to go for it just yet. So we're just about to get the first of the flying laps in. The fastest of those first flying laps is Henry Foote. So 43.2 for Henry Foote. Now probably the next lap or 2 is the key here. Because what we've learned so far is that the likelihood is in this heat, and it is hot out there, we're now well over 30 degrees. In this heat, the tyre performance is in a short window. The tyres will be fine, of course, for the duration of the sessions. But to get optimal qualifying speed from them, we think, or I think, you've probably got 3 laps to put a real strong lap time in. So at the moment, Henry Foote then. So we've done the second lap. So interestingly, Henry Foote is 2/10 slower on his second lap than he was on his first flying lap. And those of you who remember the good old days, we used to have 3-lap shootout qualifying at British Championships. We used to go out for a lap, do an out lap, a timed lap and an in lap, and that was it. But here you get 10 minutes. Interesting that, well, probably 2/3 of the field have gone quicker on their second lap. Lap 3 is important here, so let's have a look at Henry Foote, the 138, and see when he crosses the line to complete his 3rd flying lap whether it's faster. Charlie Ratford's gone up to 3rd. Personal best for him on lap 3. We are, I would imagine, we are getting towards the end of the window for optimal tyre performance. Let's just have a look. So the top 2 have gone slower, Henry Foote, Ethan Critchley. Their first flying lap was their best lap, and then on the 2 laps post that, they've not gone any quicker. So Foote, Critchley, Ratford, top 3. Daniel Ware is 4th, Oscar Walmsley Jones is 5th, Sherry-Ann Powell is 6th, and James Kukoilek, and then Daniel Weir goes fastest. So lap 3, Daniel Weir fastest, 43.1. Henry Foote's done his 3rd lap, not gone faster. Now then, and instantly you can start to see that on the timing screens in front of us, only 2 drivers went faster on their 3rd lap. Aaron Mentor's just done his fastest lap up to 10th. Elliot Critchley, personal best for him on lap 4, 43.3. Now then, this is key. If anyone goes faster now, the tyres have lasted a little bit longer on these DRS 100 karts, or the drivers are certainly getting into a groove a little bit quicker. No, Daniel Weir goes slower. So Daniel Weir, lap 3, 43.1, lap 4, 43.4. So 3/10 drop off between lap 3 and lap 4. That could be a mistake, of course. It could be traffic. Oscar Walmsley-Jones goes up into 5th, but what we are saying is we think that the tyre life, in terms of optimal performance, is probably around 3 or 4 laps in these conditions. Nobody other than Daniela Sutton, who's gone up to 8th, has gone faster on their 5th lap. I think the times now are pretty much where they will be unless we have other drivers that are about to come onto circuit. We've had 5 minutes. We've got half distance left. Is there anybody left on? There is. I think there is people left on the grid. We'll check that in just a moment. So, as we expected, we've now completed 5 or 6 laps and nobody has gone faster on the last 2 laps. So therefore, is there much point? We've got at least, I've just heard an engine from our vantage point. We can't see down onto the start-finish line, onto the dummy grid. But there's certainly one driver coming out now, which is the 135. So Maximilian Salarski, now I think he's been really clever here. So these drivers circulating now, going no faster because nobody's gone faster for 2 or 3 laps. I mean, they're out the tyre window. So they're just putting life into the tyres at the moment. So why not just knock it on the head? I'm baffled, really. What will be interesting is, really interesting is having a look now at Maximilian Salarski. The winner from Houghton Park, and we've got another one just going on to circuit now. Let's get the number. It's the number 5 of Dylan Briley. So Dylan Briley then and Maximilian Salarski. They're the two to look at. So Salarski 135, Briley the number 5. They're going to have probably 4 laps, which you know, it tells us, history tells us that that's all they need. And what I would say is they're going to have 5 laps less of pace on their tyres. So, keep an eye on Salarski, the 135. Keep an eye on the number 5 of Dylan Briley. And keep an eye on the driver that's just left Parc Fermé now, which we didn't quite catch the number of. So some drivers starting to go into the pits now, because nobody's gone faster for a long while. Salarski does his first flying lap, a 43.6, only good enough for 11th place at the moment. But he will still have another couple of laps of tyre window to operate within. Where does Briley go? He's about to come over and cross the timing beam, is he? Still out on his first flying lap is Dylan Briley. Just coming round in front of us now. So here comes Briley then. Where does he go? So Briley up to second place for Dylan Briley. A 43.116 is just around, what's 300ths of a second behind Daniel Weir. And the other driver to come out was Rowan Campbell-Pilling. So Campbell-Pilling then is the 108, has just started his first flying lap as well. So keep an eye on Salarski. Salarski's just done a 43.9, so no faster for him. Second session. Aaron Mensah's just done his personal best, a 43.6, but he's the only driver in a while to make any inroads on terms of personal best. But the driver who has done on his first flying lap, Rowan Campbell-Pilling, 42.8, the only driver to duck under 43 seconds, and Campbell-Pilling goes fastest, 42.872, and that is exactly how you do it. You wait. You don't put extra time into your tyres. You understand where the life cycle is. You understand where the optimal use of those tyres will be. You go out and you hook up a lap very, very quickly. And that is a masterclass from Rowan Campbell-Pilling in how to administer a DRS100 qualifying session. He's only going to put two laps into his tyres and he'll be in. In fact, he could probably duck in now. Rowan Campbell-Pilling. He's done 2 flying laps. His first one was quicker than his second. He lost 2/10 on his second flying lap. That is job done. I'll be amazed if he carries on. He doesn't need to. He's just coming round the elbow at the moment. This will be his 3rd flying lap, will it? As the 147 just goes under our screens. The Sherry-Ann Powell in 8th place. So Campbell-Pilling, Daniel Weir, Dylan Briley. They're your front 3. Henry Foote, who went out early. Only did 4 laps though, Henry Foote. So Henry Foote only did 4 laps, which was a clever ploy from him. Ethan Critchley, Charlie Ratford. Critchley has done 9 laps in 5th place. Sherry-Ann Powell's done 12, probably far too many. In 8th place, although she didn't do her personal best on lap 9. As the checkered flag comes out, Campbell-Pilling has completed 3 laps, and that will do for him. Maximilian Salarski then, where did he end up? So Salarski all the way down in 14th place. He put 5 laps on the tyres, just didn't have the pace really. He's some 8/10 slower than Rowan Campbell-Pilling. So Rowan Campbell-Pilling, Daniel Weir, Dylan Briley. I can't see anybody making a personal best now, so I would imagine they will be the top 3. Henry Foote in 4th. Ethan Critchley was 5th fastest. He was just around about half a second slower than Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Charlie Ratford in 6th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones 7th fastest. Sherry-Ann Powell, who did the most laps of anybody in the session, 13 laps for Sherry-Ann Powell. 43.5, 7/10 behind Campbell-Pilling. She finds herself in 8th place. James Kukulek in 9th, and Daniela Sutton, who completed 9 laps for 10th place. Bryn Calder was 11th, Aaron Mensah was 12th, Jamie Scott 13th. Maximilian Salarski, there's a surprise, isn't there? Very fast around Hooton Park, but not managed to put that same pace around Little Rissington. 43.7 for him. That's nearly a second off the pace of Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Behind them, 15th, Sam Halley-Hicksman. Kai Newman was 7th. The fastest rookie was Ethan Critchley in 5th. So, interesting stuff, but certainly, for me, an absolute masterclass from Rowan Campbell-Pilling in how to duck out, get your work done, and duck back in again. 3 laps completed. He completed the least laps of everybody, but he was able to hook it up quick enough to give himself the fastest lap time. So that's the order for the DRS 100s. Their first heat is scheduled for just around 20 past 1, so these drivers will have an hour to get themselves into the shade, get themselves some fluids on board. Remember, our coverage here is live both on our YouTube channel. Search the Daniel Ricciardo Series, and we're also live today on Facebook. If you look for the Daniel Ricciardo Series UK Facebook page, we are live on both Facebook and YouTube. Feel free to interact with us from there. You can subscribe to both of those pages and channels. You can leave us a comment in terms of who you are supporting this weekend. I've already seen some comments on both the Facebook and the YouTube stream footage. So feel free to let us know what you think of the coverage. Let us know what you think of the drivers, who you're rooting for this weekend. That's the 3 qualifying sessions complete then. So we've completed qualifying sessions for the DRS62, the DRS125s and the DRS100s. We'll be back with the first of 1 heat each for each of those groups. The first is the DRS62 Heat 1, and it's scheduled off in just around about 10 minutes' time.
right, the gearbox. 12:30.
Yeah, makes sense. If Guy as well wants to call out what the colour helmet is as well, that might be helpful for then me to then find it, and then I can sort of agree or disagree if it was wrong. But I'm sure Guy's eyes are good, so it'll be fine.
Does everyone know where they're going?
You're on the racetrack.
Yeah, all the way around the outside, down the bottom and up the hill. You'll probably end up doing 2 laps for that, so it's a rolling lap, and probably the next lap, providing you're all correct, it'll start. And then you use the track as normal, going through the dog leg and coming up that way. Okay?
Definitely not 1 lap then.
Definitely 1, probably 2.
I know, but they need to know that before they go, don't they?
Well, I've just been told 2.
So is that probably 1 or probably 2?
No, it's more than likely. Desperate like this, I've never noticed them getting lined after the first lap.
No.
I have told them all. 2 laps.
Right, boys, so the second one, you need to slow it up, okay? Slow it up down the bottom, okay? Alright? Mr. Bartle, that trolley's going to be banged to my grid.
Hang on.
Doesn't say on it.
I've got another one.
Can I borrow one?
We're not advertising anybody else.
We're not advertising, we're just keeping it cool.
I know. Go see Jane.
Will she keep him cool?
Jane will keep it cool.
Our first heat of the day is for our youngest drivers, the DRS62s, who completed their qualifying session earlier on this morning. And this is their first heat, scheduled off just around 2 or 3 minutes. So the drivers all ready and eagerly awaiting the notice from the officials that we can get our first heat underway. The drivers in order of how they qualified earlier on today. So Conor Scarisbrick, the 121 on pole position. Alongside him, Jack Robinson, the number 4. Harry Bartle, the winner at Hooton Park in round 1. He's on the inside of the second row with Oscar Welsh alongside him. And then Archie Pitts-Drake and Adam Bourne on row 3. Row 4 is Jackson Lane and Zach McDonald. Row number 5, Liam Karbeloff and Oliver Harrison. Row 6 is Ewan Scott and Nat Johnson. Row 7, Benjamin Baker and Aaron Haywood. And then Daxton Groves and Lewin Aid round off the rest of the grid here. So, as you can see, hot conditions, umbrellas out to give shade to these drivers. And this race will be run over a period of 8 minutes. So the drivers have 8 minutes plus that 1 final lap to navigate around this Little Rissington circuit. As we said earlier, lots of opportunities to overtake here. Lots of fast-flowing corners where momentum is key. And our footage, of course, is live on YouTube as well as on Facebook. So feel free to interact with our stream coverage by leaving us a comment, by subscribing to both of those mediums. Just got a problem on the outside of the second row, just momentarily, and a problem on the outside of the second row. It looked like there. Was it Oscar Walsh who just struggled to get away? They managed to get it going in the end, and all of the drivers stream out on their formation lap. So, as we said in the track walk earlier on the formation lap, they won't actually do the full inner circuit here at Rissington. They'll miss part out as they head down towards the elbow. They'll miss that out and go round the outer circuit, which is used by gearbox karts. So they come round there now. They won't come round the elbow. They won't come round middle bend. They'll go straight on into what is the old pit bend, which gives them actually a really fast entry to start finish. They're looking a little bit quick already. I would imagine they're going to go around again. They are. So this is a long straight that they will come up for the start, and it'll be quite unique because they won't do this on any other lap. So they're going to come off a piece of the circuit that they haven't used previously. It makes this long pit straight very long, very long, and will give them some great opportunities to organise themselves. It'll give a great overtaking opportunity into the first corner. This first corner is going to be quick here today. because the run off that final off the final turn, off the wider circuit, is a long, long way. So expect them to jostle for position into turn 1. Expect more moves probably into the loop and the top bend, and hopefully by the time they drop down the back straight and into the dogleg, they'll be into some sort of orderly formation. Round they come then. They look really well formed now, but there is a problem that they've got a back marker in the way. The back marker is going to stop, I think, and rejoin at the back of the field. We're going to go round again. We are going to go round again, so they will pick up the throttle once more. But again, that was a good indicator. That shot's a good indication of the length of this pit straight. So 3 formation laps based on the DRS100 and 125 qualifying. That the tyre temperature is just about as good as you're going to get. The maximum window for the tyres is probably just about now. Certainly going to be interesting in terms of not just these DRS62 drivers, but how the rest of the drivers this weekend manage the heat, manage the change in grip levels, because it will be different in amongst these races from start to finish. It will be different. They'll go through different cycles. And can we get our first race of the weekend underway? It's Scarisbrick and Robinson on the front row. Bartle and Oscar Walsh just in behind them. They're very nicely formed as they come round to the paddock corner. Very nicely formed. You just get an indication of how wide this circuit is as well. There's a bit of a gap between Robinson and Walsh. And Walsh hasn't had a good start at all, Oscar Walsh, but the leaders are through. They're all streamed through the first couple of corners, and they'll come down toward the loop for the first time. It is Connor Scarisbrick who leads. Second place is up into second place, Harry Bartle. We'll have a look as we come back. It is indeed Harry Bartle then up in second. Under pressure though from Jack Robinson, and Robinson tries to nick down the inside on the little kink that takes them towards the dogleg for the first time. No change. It's like, oh, we've got a spinner. We've got a spinner. The spinner is the number 8 of Archie Pitts-Drake. He just lost it as he went down the inside into the loop, into the dogleg. Just couldn't stop it quickly enough. We spoke this morning on the track walk about how that is downhill. It's heavy braking, and he just couldn't get the thing stopped. The back end overtook the front, and it spun him round, and it did impede a few others as well as he span into the middle of the circuit. They've all managed to rejoin, and they are all, and here is that manoeuvre. He just goes down the inside there. Oh, did he get a little touch from behind? Now there is a question. Just saw his helmet just snap back a little bit. I wonder if he just got a touch behind. It was Aaron Heawood who was behind him. If he just got tagged ever so slightly as he went into the dogleg. It's something for the officials to look at, undoubtedly. Here is the race leader then. So now they come back onto the circuit that we use on every lap other than the formation lap. And the leader is still Connor Scarisbrick. He's on his way up the hill now towards the paddock bend, the first corner here. Interestingly as well, going back to the start, Oscar Walsh, there was a huge gap between Robinson second and Walsh fourth, and the trick is to be tucked right up under the back bumper of the car in front of you over the start, so you can have the best opportunity to take advantage of any openings that occur. Now, he was so far behind though, Oscar Walsh, it's almost like the rest of them are gone, and he just missed the drop ever so slightly in terms of his reaction time. But he's had to regroup, and he's regrouped back into fourth place, albeit some 10-12 kart lengths behind this 3-kart battle for the lead, and that is Scarisbrick, Bartle and Robinson. Through the little right-handed kink, will Bartle have a look into the paddock corner he won, and Robinson is right there as well, the three of them. Absolutely nothing between them as they go down towards the loop. This long left-hander, sweep back to the left-hand side for the best line into the top bend. It tightens and then opens up onto the exit. They stretch their legs down to the dogleg. Here they come. It's downhill off camber. It's a flick to the left, and then they'll just drive right. It's a fairly open corner, brings them down to bottom bend and down into middle bend. Flat out for these DRS62 drivers. Sucks them in And then we're into the left of the elbow. No change with the front three. Robinson still third. And then dives to the inside. Robinson's going to take second away, is he? Bartle tries to hold on, he can't hold on. Tried to stick it around the outside, did Harry Bartle, ensure that he had the inside line for the loop, but he had to relinquish the place. Into top bend once more, and they scamper down the hill towards the dogleg. 8 minutes, remember, plus a lap. We've had almost half distance so far. A little bit further down the field, so Oscar Walsh is fourth. He's got a fairly lonely job at the moment, Oscar Walsh, and then Adam Bourne, Jackson Lane, Liam Karbelov's made a place of 2 as well. Ewan Scott is in 8th, and Oliver Harrison. Where's Pitts Drake? So Pitts Drake down in 13th at the moment. Bit of a recovery drive required from him. And over start finish they go. Now, interestingly, Jack Robinson used the start finish straight. He used the toe to find a way past Harry Bartle a couple of laps ago. I wonder if he uses the same strategy when he tries to find a way past Conor Scarisbrick. Scarisbrick very good out of top bend, and then they close a little bit under slipstreams and go through the dogleg once more. Down the right-hander, the sweeping bottom bend into middle bend now. Both these corners almost suck you in to the apex, such as the camber here. And then into this final long right-hander. Now he's got it, he's gone alongside again, hasn't he? So exactly the same move. So a carbon copy of the move from third to second takes Jack Robinson from second to first, and he gets an excellent run, doesn't he? Off the elbow through the right-hander, tucks his front nose cone in behind, uses all of the wind reduction that he can, pops out and drives past the race leader, or now the young man in second place, because Jack Robinson is our new leader. Conor Scarisbrick, who's led from the start, demoted down into second. Now, how does he play it here? Does he stick in and say, okay, we'll allow you, Jack, to have a couple of laps punching a hole in the air for us, while we just sit in behind, just try and work out what's the best way to navigate our way back to the front of this gaggle of 3 cars. It's a trio for the lead here. Through the loop once more into top bend. You can see how it tightens on the apex, then releases out down this sort of long straight, but they get to stretch the legs down the hill towards the dogleg, the tightest corner on the circuit, the left-hander. Robinson it is who leads, the white helmet, number 4. Further back, Oscar Walsh is still 4th. Just having a look at lap times, just to see if Walsh is doing anything that's comparable to this front 3. So 49 flat for the leaders, 49.4 for Walsh, and 49.6 for Jackson Lane back in 5th. So these 3 are blazing a trail here. They are very, very quick, and what an advantage Jack Robinson has every time he comes off the elbow. By the time he's turned into the first corner, he's got himself 2 or 3 car lengths, and the rest of the drivers in behind. And Bartle dives down the inside and takes second place away. The rest of the drivers in behind, they spend the rest of the lap trying to reclose that gap. Bartle up into second. So Scarisbrick going backwards at the moment. Needs to regroup. And there is the move from Harry Bartle. Very little resistance from Conor Scarisbrick, it has to be said. He ran a little bit wide on the exit. Over start finish once more. Now the key becomes the gap between Robinson and Bartle, which is just around 0.3 of a second at the moment. We've got 30 seconds, so they'll get around this time, and then they should see a board that says 1 lap to go. Here is your front 3. No change in 4th, 5th, 6th or 7th. Pitts Drake has done a good recovery job up into 8th. Zach McDonald 9th. Oliver Harrison is in 10th. And they are with him now, aren't they? The leaders. Down to the bottom part of the circuit. They'll head back up the hill and into the elbow and come round to start their final lap. Who's going to win this first heat. It's probably going to be 1 from 3. Bartle is right there now, isn't he? Harry Bartle gets a good run off the final corner. He dives to the inside and he puts the Jack Robinson move on Jack Robinson down the inside into Paddock Bend. So Bartle now leads. Scarisbrick to the inside as well. Does he try and make a move into the loop? He doesn't, as Robinson has ideas of retaking the lead himself. He holds off Conor Scarisbrick. The three of them absolutely together then as they come down for the final time towards the dogleg. Bartle defends, Scarisbrick to the inside. He takes second place away. So as Bartle defended, Robinson tried to go the long way around and he had his pocket pinched by Conor Scarisbrick. Scarisbrick then now defends his second place. While this is happening and they're fighting over second and third, it has allowed for Harry Bartle to scamper away into the distance, and Harry Bartle is going to win the first heat of the day like he did just 3 weeks ago at Hooton Park. Bartle then comes through to win. Scarisbrick in second place. Jack Robinson in third. Oscar Walsh is fourth. Adam Bourne in fifth place. So very little between them. Certainly the top three lapping just around about quarter, half a second faster than everybody else. Jack Robinson then, he put 2 excellent moves on both Scarisbrick and Bartle earlier in the race, then had the same move put on him by Harry Bartle to take the race lead and ultimately the race win. The drivers will stream down towards Parc Fermé. Well, interesting stuff. It certainly lends itself to a very competitive DRS62 final and pre-final later on this afternoon. For those wanting to tune in to that pre-final, the DRS62 pre-final scheduled for around about 2:25 and then 3:40 this afternoon. It's the first of our grand finals, our youngest set of drivers. But as it was a few weeks ago, Harry Bartle has once again found a way to win, and he wins the first heat of the day here. Just a few moments time we can turn our attention to the DRS125s. The DRS125 drivers scheduled for just around about 5 to 1, 10 minutes time. We'll scoot down there in just a moment as well and grab a chat with some of them. Certainly very keen to understand the thinking behind the qualifying session and how the different drivers approached it in different ways. And we'll be back with you in just a moment down on the grid.
grid here for the DRS125. We're still waiting for sample. Actually, the format is not quite here yet, but I'm going to try and grab a chat with a couple of the drivers. We'll head over and try and grab a chat with Matthew Pierce first. The outside of the top roll. Matthew, if you could just grab me for a moment.
Second fastest this morning qualifying. Not an awful lot of time to make up either.
No, it's super tight. So, you know, there's nothing in it between me and Sam, and to be honest with you, there's nothing in it sort of rearward as well. So it's going to be tight. It always is round here. It's such a fast-flowing circuit. If they all stay behind each other, you should see a train. So it's going to be interesting.
I was interested to see the people did in qualifying and the strategy, and you know, interesting for me to try and understand, I suppose, what people's thoughts were. It looked to me like the tyre window was probably 3 or 4 laps. Is that how you saw it as well?
Yeah, well, I got my fastest lap on lap 2. So, but so yesterday gave us a bit of a false sense of security because we were doing our fastest laps had come sort of 15. So going into qualifying, we thought we'd have to probably do the whole session, and they did dip back down again, but no, it was all game over after the second lap. So same with pretty much all of us.
And is that a setup change now? I mean, I suppose it doesn't really matter when you do your fastest lap as long as the tyres have longevity to get you to the, you know, a pace through the distance. Has there been changes, or are you just thinking, you know, the drop off isn't that big?
I think, well, the drop off isn't that big. I did manage to get into sort of the 42s again after my fastest lap. It's just how much that drop off is. This is the first real test of the tyre endurance, but. Yeah, we'll see. I think we shouldn't drop off too far. Fingers crossed, because if it does, then it will cause us problems for drivers around. So,
in terms of obviously you've got to do a 10-minute session here. You've got a 10-minute pre-final and a longer grand final. How much are you expecting that drop off to be? How, especially with this heat, it's almost unprecedented in this country for us to have this sort of heat for a long time. It is, and I always thought that it gave it's almost you prefer the wet sometimes because at least you know a little bit more about the wet than you do this heat. So how much do you see that change being when you come to sort of last 5 laps of the grand final?
I actually think it probably, it's funny enough, it actually starts to grip up quite a lot towards the end, and almost every single corner becomes sort of flat out because you almost get too much grip. But it depends on how much that levels out before the end. So that session that we did in the qualifying, the good thing that it did tell us is we did almost 10 laps. Those last few laps, even though they were slower, they were consistent. So we'll probably see the last few laps of the final, everyone going much, much slower, but still tight, like I say. But yeah, it's warm, to say the least. It's like driving around in a swimming pool. But
well, that's the other thing as well, isn't it? That it's not just about the tyre drop-off and all that sort of thing. It's about drivers, isn't it? It's about how drivers manage the heat and the fluid intake and all that sort of thing. I remember when I was racing in Europe, it's very much about looking after yourself as much as it is looking after the tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to take off so much fluid. I've probably never drank so much water in my life. So, but yeah, no, it's a hot one. But it's, like I say, same for everyone. Just got to try and keep as cool as possible. Hence the pit girl.
Yeah, very good, and a lovely pit girl we have here as well. All the best for the first heat. Really interesting stuff there in terms of how the drivers have to manage not just the tyres and the setup, but themselves as well. Nice to get an indication of where we think the drop-off is going to be on these tyres, and I suppose ultimately for the people that are watching at home, a good indication of how kart racing is really an equivalent to Formula One in terms of some of the things that these drivers have to consider. So they're certainly considering the tyre wear, they're considering the drop-off that's going to happen as the weekend goes on, and the different types of circuit and the different types of how abrasive it is, for example. So yeah, some really interesting stuff from Matthew there. I'm just going to try and see who else we can find to have a chat with on the grid. In fact, if we can, we'll go right around the outside and nip to the back of the grid and just have a chat with Tom Snape, the number 5, if we can navigate our way through here. Certainly not the qualifying session that Tom would have wanted, and we don't usually see him at the back of the grid, so I'm just intrigued to get his view as well. We'll see if we can nip under his brolly and get a little bit of shade as well. Tom, can we just grab you for a second, if that's okay? Tom, not somewhere we'd associate you being at the back of the field. What was the problem in qualifying?
Engine problems. We've been suffering with engine problems all weekend so far, but we've got one from Andy now, so hopefully we should be back on the pace.
And we were just talking about sort of how abrasive the circuit is here and the tyre wear, and there will be a drop-off in tyres. Obviously, some drivers had a shorter qualifying session, didn't put as many laps on the tyres. Obviously, I suppose with engine problems, you're still trying to get as much as you can out of it, so you need to stay out there a bit longer.
I actually came in early because I wanted to save the tyres. I thought I'm not going to put a quick time in here, so I'm just going to come in. I think I must have done about 6 laps, purely just to save the tyres really for the rest of the day. So I should have that edge.
And a different task for you then. So you've got to overtake some karts first and foremost, haven't you? You've got to try and navigate your way up there and get yourself the best possible, I suppose, spot for the final. Is it just a case of accumulate as many points as you can, overtake as many as you can, and see where you are in this afternoon's race?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, overtake as many as possible.
All the best.
Nice one, thanks.
So yeah, interesting stuff. We will interesting to see how different drivers tackle qualifying in different ways. We'll certainly grab a chat with the likes of Sam Faulkner later on before one of the pre-finals. But yeah, a good grid of DRS125 drivers. These are senior drivers, of course, and interesting to see how their brains work and their minds work in terms of the strategy that's going to be needed here, based on the heat and the different ways that they will have to manage that. We'll be back in just a few moments where we will see the first heat for the DRS125s.
On time today.
He hasn't blown the whistle yet.
DRS125 on circuit then to start their qualifying. The most interesting snippet of our trip to the grid there was Matthew Pearce talking about how yesterday had almost lulled them into a false sense of security with the tyres, because they tested yesterday and were doing longer runs of some 15 laps and getting their fastest lap towards lap 15. But circuits change, and overnight, and the temperature has changed as well. And all of a sudden now, when they went out in qualifying, they were seeing that their fastest lap was coming on lap 2 or 3, when the tyres were in the sweet spot. So really interesting stuff. I would imagine there will be a drop-off here in lap times. That isn't going to affect how close the racing is though, because I would imagine once one car drops off, the rest are going to drop off as well. So they'll still be fairly evenly matched. These first couple of laps could be really racy, couldn't they? Because they've all got tyres that are going to respond and react for them. We have got drivers who've got tyres that have done different lifespans, life cycles. They're fairly well formed here as well. Will Faulkner get them away first time? They look pretty good. They are pretty good. Faulkner goes into the lead then. Pearce is tucked in behind them. They're all through the paddock corner. They're all heading now down into the loop for the first time. No change in the first couple of places. There's an overtaking manoeuvre a little bit further back, I think involving Jack Rigg and Oliver Owen. Here are the leaders then. So Sam Faulkner, so there's nothing between the front three in terms of lap times as they head down to the dogleg for the first time. Faulkner it is then who leads. Pearce in second place. Last year's number 2, last year's second place driver in the DRS125 series. Into the elbow for the first time. They'll stretch the legs through this flat out right-hander, and over start finish they stream through. Faulkner, Pierce, Stanley. Then Jack Rigg, Cody Eustace and Dylan Reid. First lap movers. Carl Watt is up 3 places into 7th, and Jack Rigg made 2 places up into 4th place. Elliot Stanley made a place from 4th to 3rd as well. The driver that lost out the most was Dylan Reid. So Dylan Reid went from 3rd to 6th in the space of just around a lap or so of this Rissington circuit. A little battle going on throughout as well. That was the 3-2-1 of Firas Bilbezi, down in 12th place at the moment. Tommy Walsh is the rookie behind them. Over start finish they come then. Remember, this first heat for the DRS, just 8 minutes plus a lap. Their grand final later on this afternoon is 12 minutes plus a lap. It'd be really interesting, wouldn't it, to know how much water they will lose. Don't underestimate how much of a physical battle this will be for the drivers today. It'll be tough out there. I think he described it as driving in a swimming pool. Matthew Pearce, it's a fairly decent analogy, it has to be said. So here are the leaders once more. Over start finish with no change at the front. I wonder if Matthew Pearce is just weighing this up here. He knows there's not an awful lot between himself and our race leader, Sam Faulkner. He knows that the times were pretty comparable between the two of them. And he's just tracking the back of the race leader at the moment. And a little bit further back is Cody Eustace, 5th place. Dylan Reid is 6th and Dave Burns is 7th. Tom Snape is now up 1 into 9th. Oliver Owen up into 10th. So Faulkner is who leads. He's also done the fastest lap of the race so far, 43.085. Battle in behind as well, so that battle including the likes of the number 8 of Stanley. In fact, just looking at the gap now between Faulkner and Pearce, Faulkner's just gone a little bit quicker, hasn't he? He just took another 10th or so. He's given himself a little gap. There's a great battle in behind them as well, including Stanley, Rigg, Eustace, Reid, Burns. At the moment, 3rd place of Elliot Stanley and the 317 of Dylan Reid. And there's the replay of having to go round the outside was the 318 of Oliver Owen, and then a little bit sideways goes the 314 of Cody Eustace. Manages to just about collect it all back together and has settled back down into 8th place. Tom Snape up into 7th. Dylan Reid now recovers. He had a fairly rough start. He's recovered back up into 4th. So over start finish they go once more. So the gap now between Faulkner and Pearce is half a second. They've done fairly, he's taken almost a 10th a second every time, hasn't he? So he's got a penalty as well, 316 Jack Rigg. So that incident we saw earlier on been met by a penalty board. What that penalty would be, we will see when they come in at the end of the race. So the number 8 of Elliot Stanley leads this battle for 3rd. He's got very close company now from Dylan Reid. Now Reid was quick, wasn't he? He was quick in qualifying earlier on this morning. And now they swing over, start finish. Will he have a look into turn one? No, he won't. He sticks in behind and they go through the right-hander into the loop and pop back out up towards top bend. He just lost a little kart length or so, hasn't he? He's under a little bit of pressure himself from Jack Rigg in 5th. Snape back up to 6th. Dave Burns has managed to climb up into 7th place as well. Ben Gartside, Cody Eustace and Firas Bill Daisy. So this battle then for 3rd. So race leaders then, gap is up another 10th. So what Faulkner's done really well here is he's just been super consistent. He's just put a 1/10 of a second on every single lap. He's lapping around about a 10th or 2/10 slower than his fastest time of the day so far. But every lap he's just taken a 1/10 of a second out of Matthew Pearce. And it's heartbreaking for Pearce because you just see him starting to slip away a 1/10 of a second a lap. Now Dylan Reid, who was the only one who was really comparable with these two in the qualifying, is still stuck in behind Elliot Stanley in 4th place. He's right there with him, but hasn't managed to find a way past as yet. As the leaders come over, start finish to begin one more lap. We've had 7 minutes. Remember, it's 8 minutes plus a lap in this heat. As the 197 of Dave Burns raises his arm. I think Burns lost a few places there at the end of that lap, and here comes the move then for 3rd place. It was a hand wave, but I'm not sure there was an awful lot of contact. I think it was more opportunistic from Dylan Reid. He wasn't fully alongside, but what Stanley did was gave him quite a lot of room and allowed him to open that gap a little bit. Stanley goes wide again. There was a contact there between Elliot Stanley and Jack Rigg or Tom Snape as the three of them go down into Stanley's going backwards at the moment, isn't he? He's really struggling to keep the chasing pack behind him, and in one foul swoop Elliot Stanley has gone from 3rd all the way back down the field into 7th place. So that just shows you how close these races can be. So Faulkner and Pearce, the gap between them 7/10 of a second, and looking fairly comfortable, it has to be said, for our race leader at the moment. The gap is well, it's 7/10 of a second, 3/4 of a second. It's about 5-6 kart lengths between the two of them. And Sam Faulkner is heading up towards start finish to start what should it be his final lap? It should be. There wasn't a board because the start officials haven't put out a contact warning for the 314 of Cody Eustace. So Cody Eustace has had an entertaining afternoon so far, hasn't he? Involved in a few skirmishes down there. So Faulkner is then to start the last couple of corners of the last lap. He's got bottom bend and the middle bend to do. He's got to get through the elbow, which is just where he's approaching now. He has this then long right-handed kick, which sends him on to the start-finish straight. And Sam Faulkner will win the first heat. Behind him, Matthew Pearce, only just around 8/10 of a second between them in the end. Dylan Reid comes home in 3rd place. This battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Strung out towards the end, Jack Rigg in 4th, Tom Snape in 5th, and Ben Gartside is 6th. Elliot Stanley finishes in 8th place, and Cody Eustace comes home just behind him. Dave Burns recovered into 10th with Firas Bill Basie in 9th place. And that was the first heat for the DRS125s, won by Sam Faulkner. Karts will stream into Parc Fermé. For their post-race checks, and the drivers will hopefully get down and speak to some of the DRS 100 drivers as they are next on circuit. Their first heat scheduled for just around 1:20.
got another 7 minutes before the game, and then another 5 to draw. You're off at 13:20. Yeah. 12 minutes. Just a reminder, each driver and 1 helper. Driver and only 1 helper on the grid, please.
I got 2 packs, Dave, alright?
Okay.
I know what you're on about.
So we're down here with the DRS 100s just about to get themselves prepared for their first heat. Some drivers still waiting to come for the grid. Some are leaving it a little bit late, and why not? When the weather is as it is, you'll probably want to take as much shelter and as much shade as they possibly can. We will try and grab some chats with some of the drivers. We'll see who's on the grid. In fact, we'll just nip over and see if we can grab Sherry-Ann Powell, who's going to start on the outside of the 4th row. Sherry-Ann, if we can just grab a quick chat, the outside of the 4th row for you, how satisfied are you with your qualifying session?
It's alright, but I just don't like coming on the outside. It's more of the inside, but coming around the 2nd corner, we might have the chance.
So you prefer to be on the inside of the grid if possible, but you're well aware and you've got a plan in place of how you're going to make it on that first corner?
Well, it's better 100% better on the inside, but it's just the one-on-one, 50-50.
50-50, and we noticed that you did a lot of laps in the qualifying session. Was just you were probably one of the very few drivers to do your fastest lap towards the end of the session. Did you feel that the tyres were good for the duration of the session?
There was just, by the end, it was getting too grippy.
You're just starting to lose that little bit of grip as you progress. Well, all the best from the outside of the 4th row, and we hope you have a good race. We'll just see who else we can grab hold of as well. I was quite keen to get a chat with the 135. Let's see if we can just head this way. Can we head this way? In fact, we'll go around the outside. That's probably the best way to do it. I was very keen to get a chat with Maximilian Solarski, the 135, who's just at the top end here. Obviously, loads of success for him in the loads of success for him at Hooton Park just a few weeks ago. We'll let him stick his helmet on and we'll see if we can grab a quick chat with him in just a moment. Some of the other drivers to look at, obviously a couple of the rookie drivers back towards the front of the field, the likes of Charlie Ratford, who's on the inside of the third row, and then just here the 150 of James Kokolek, just here on the inside of the fifth row as well. So we was talking about Sherry-Ann Powell about the importance of trying to be on the inside. What you'll tend to find is the speed, it's so quick that they come up this start-finish straight here at Rissington that even if you are on the outside, there is generally an opportunity to dive onto the inside at some point. So drivers on the outside, it's not always that big an issue for them, that much of a problem for them. So let's just have a look at where we are now. He's just disappeared from us, hasn't he, as Maximilian? So we might have to grab a chat with him later on. You can just see the drivers are just getting themselves prepared now, the last bits and pieces. Drivers getting the helmets on, getting sat into car, starting to psych themselves up, trying to preempt what might happen during the race. I was always a driver that would sit there and try and almost visualise what might happen, try and work out what the options would be, and almost try and plot and plan my way through that first couple of corners. It never usually worked out that way, but it was nice to have a look. We'll just nip back to the front of the grid and we'll just grab a quick chat with Dylan Briley if we can, who starts third on the grid. He's just here. Dylan, can we just borrow you for a second? Dylan, so the inside of the second row, probably, other than Paul, probably about the best place to be.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just going to try and keep as close as possible, just try and pull out.
So you were one of the drivers who did a little bit less in qualifying, and I was absolutely of the opinion that less was more in qualifying, and you put less time into your tyres. And how did you see it? Did you see it that the tyre window was probably about 3 or 4 laps?
Yeah, but basically people just sort of dropped off their consistency and their speed, so we just went out a bit later and got a good lap time.
Yeah, and got yourself a little bit of free track as well, and a bit of clear air. Fairly tight in terms of lap times. How are you seeing this? Are you seeing it as a sort of 3 or 4 karts that are all going to be fairly close, or do you think it could be a few more than that?
Well, you know, everyone can. I think it's really close, so anyone from behind can.
And what would be a good result for you here? I mean, have you got tactics in play? Are you looking at, obviously it's as many points as possible from a championship perspective, but do you fancy yourself to try and get your nose out front here?
Yeah, hopefully we can get somewhere up the top end of the grid.
Great stuff, and all the best for the race. So Dylan Briley there from the inside of the second row. In fact, if we just got a moment as well, we'll try and grab hold of Rowan Campbell-Pilling, who I thought probably executed his qualifying about as well as you could do. We'll nip under his shade as well. Rowan, I thought you executed qualifying about as well as you could do. It was bish bash bosh, it was done. It came out quite late, put very little wear into the tyres. Is that how you saw it as well?
Yeah. So, getting out late off the grid, but being able to hook it up when it matters, when there's pressure on, is a good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's absolutely the way to do it. We saw it with Sam Faulkner as well in the DRS125s. The drivers that were able to go out and do that hot lap straight away were able to hook the tyres up. Is that something that you worked on yesterday, or just something that you thought was going to be needed today because of the heat?
I mean, we knew the heat was going to be pretty extreme today, especially for England. So just thinking this morning, seeing the seniors go out for a short period of time and basically trying to follow in the footsteps of Sam Faulkner.
And how do you manage yourself in this heat? It's obviously something that we're not really used to. You've obviously got a little bit of shade from your umbrella there. Is it just a case of keep yourself out of the sun as much as you can, take as many fluids on as you can?
Yeah, precisely. So, drinking water, eating the right food, and stay in the shade.
And all the best for the race.
Thank you.
So, Ron Campbell-Pilling on the inside of the front row as well. So we'll be back in just a few moments as we'll see these young drivers, these 11 to 16-year-olds, start their first race of the day. The DRS100 first heat is on its way. glass greenhouse here at the start-finish line of the Little Rissington Kart Club. The 100s are on circuit and ready to begin their first heat of the weekend, led by Rowan Campbell-Pilling. We spoke to him on the grid. Aaron Mentor's got a problem there, hasn't he? Just not minded to get away. It's running because the wheels are turning, but it's not. It seems to have a lot of traction. It sounds fairly sick, it has to be said. So the 146 of Aaron Mentor will not start yet. He may still get that repaired, sorted out. So Ron Campbell-Pilling will lead them, fastest in qualifying. And as he said himself, they worked out how to do that qualifying session. And the important bit, which he recommended, was you need to deliver on it. You need to do 2 or 3 quick laps. You need to deliver on those 2 or 3 laps. And that's exactly what he did. And he was the fastest man earlier on in the qualifying session. Daniel Weir is second on the grid, second fastest. Dylan Briley starts on the inside of the second row. Henry Foote is alongside him. And Ethan Critchley and Charlie Ratford. Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Sherry-Ann Powell, who we spoke to earlier as well. Will they go first time? Will Weir get the drop? I don't think he will. I think the best of the starts is going to be from Campbell-Pilling. And as we said on the grid, Briley down the inside into second place. If you're not on pole, third is just about the best place you can be on the grid, it has to be said. If you can tuck up the inside and follow the leader through into turn 1, which is exactly what Dylan Briley has done. And got himself up into second place. Oh, he got himself up into second place. It's a false start. So they've come round again. So they got a false start flag as they came through the loop. So the officials obviously weren't happy with how strung out the drivers were. And they'll come round and do it all again. So the drivers, as you'll be aware, I'm sure, are communicated to via flag signals in the same way that Formula 1 are. So the flag was a false start flag, which is a green with a yellow chevron. Oh, and this doesn't look great either. Are we going to go this time? Surely not. Oh, it's a mess. It's a bit of a mess, and Weir's got the best of the starts, and now Campbell-Pilling drops into second place and is under pressure from the likes of Briley and from Henry Foote. That time it was certainly the outside row who got the better of the starts. It's a mess, and we've got spinners as well through the loop. And they include the 155 of Kai Newman. Who else is there as well? Is that the 128 of Oscar Walmsley-Jones, is it? And the 150 certainly of... Who's that? So the 150 of James Kukulek, who started actually quite high up. We've got a red flag. So, red flag, and I would imagine the red flag was just because it was a bit of a mess. The start was... They slowed themselves down to the point where they didn't really know where the engagement line was. They didn't really know when to start accelerating. The outside groups accelerated faster, and then there was a little bit of bumping and banging behind because they'd started and then stopped. It was just a bit of a mess from the DRS100 drivers. So they will be stopped on the dummy grid. The clerk of the course will take them all out of their carts and will have what I'm sure will be a fairly stern word with the drivers, because ultimately it wasn't the best of starts. They had 2 goes at it, and I don't think either of them were particularly fantastic. We'll let the clerk of the course do his thing. So some final pieces of information, pockets of information. We have got a car which is stranded on the outside of the loop. So we've got one that is that has stopped. The driver is out of the car and is fine. He's over with the officials now, just talking, I'm sure, debriefing on what's happened over there. But we have got one that's well, it's not going at the moment. The drivers have been spoken to. They're continuing to be spoken to by both Andy Cox and the clerk of the course. I heard the words "that was rubbish" in the telling off, which is probably right. And I think they were sort of saying, I think the officials were suggesting that it was the drivers from further back in the field that weren't keeping a consistent speed, and then all the bumping and banging came from the back of the field. So I think they were sort of saying that the front guys had done as they were meant to do. So we'll have another go. They'll do another formation lap, and we'll see if they can get us started for our third race of the day, the first heat for the DRS 100s. So the first race for the DRS 100s. Just seeing if any of the other, if that kart on the inside of the loop now, which has just been pushed back onto the track, just to see if that's going to get restarted or not. Doesn't look to be the case. It's the 150, isn't it? It is indeed. And James Kokelek. He's putting his gloves back on, so I think they've fixed it. I wonder if they're just waiting now. For the rest of the field to come round, and they'll join him onto the back of that grid. Remember, we're live on YouTube, the Daniel Ricciardo Series YouTube channel. Also live on the Daniel Ricciardo Facebook page. Search that onto Facebook. Feel free to interact with us and subscribe to those two channels for all the action this season from the Daniel Ricciardo Series. Remember, our third round takes us to the south. It takes us to Clay Pigeon. It's in Dorset, Clay Pigeon, on the 28th and 29th of August. We then head to the Midlands, to Wilton Mill in September, before we go to back to Rissington, back here in October. I'm sure the weather won't be 30 plus degrees when we're here on the 2nd and 3rd of October. And then we go to Fulbeck, so Lincolnshire, on the 30th and the 31st of October. That is the 6-round championship that we have this year, the revised 2021 DRS Series race calendar. And what a good job the series organisers have done to navigate their way through a pandemic. And bring us some more live racing, which of course you can see on our social media channels. And I hope you're enjoying the action in a sun-kissed Cotswolds. We're at Rissington here, just 10 miles from Cheltenham. And the weather very kind indeed, although giving a very different challenge to some of these drivers in terms of hydration. There was the incident on the opening lap of this DRS 100 Heat. That was what held up some of the drivers, but they're all back in formation now, and in just a moment or two's time. I suppose that's the benefit of having some space between the races on the schedule. That space will allow for us to make sure we keep the time as closely as possible. So the drivers will go through an internal reset here. We've just got one that needs a new nose cone at the back of the field. So I'm just seeing a fairly sharp pit stop-esque replacement of that nose panel. And that's where we are. We're in Rissington Airfield, RAF Rissington, where there is a lot of Royal Air Force and leisurely gliders out there around us today. Lovely part of the country. Lovely picturesque circuit here as well. So the drivers then restart their engines. And we will begin the formation lap for the DRS100s to start their first heat of the day. Can we get away at the third time of asking? They had a false start the first time round and then a red flag the second time round. Interesting that Daniel Weir had got the drop on Rowan Campbell-Pilling last time. Henry Foote had also got ahead of the likes of Charlie Ratford, Dylan Briley. Let's see which side of the circuit makes the best of the getaways. It'll certainly be the hope of Rowan Campbell-Pilling that he gets off to the best of starts. They come round, they could go first time, couldn't they? I think if they slowed down enough, they could probably go first time. They're all there. There's a little bit of a gap in the midfield. But they're fairly well formed. They're being slowed again. I think they could probably go this time. They look at the lights, which are red, and we go green. And this time, it is Rowan Campbell-Pilling who's got the best of starts. Does Briley get through? He does. Briley gets the jump into second place ahead of Daniel Weir. The rest of them all stream through. They've got through the first two corners. Do they all manage to get through the loop? They do this time, up towards Top Bend and then down this back straight. So Rowan Campbell-Pilling then has got away cleanly this time. Briley is into second place. Daniel Weir is in third, and down the hill they come towards Bottom Bend and then through Middle Bend, and not sure who named the corners here. Not the most imaginative of corner names, but we have got the elbow, which is where they are as they swing towards the right-hander. An overstart finish to complete their first lap of the race. 8 minutes plus a lap still to go here. Swinging then through. We've got to move as well for third and fourth. So the new third place driver is Henry Foote, who's got past Daniel Weir, who demoted him down to third. We've got a spinner as well on the way out of paddock corner. Driver is just getting out of the cart now. So there is Henry Foote up into third. Weir is behind him in fourth place. The leaders then, just keep an eye on this gap between Rowan Campbell-Pilling and Dylan Briley. We spoke to Dylan Briley on the dummy grid and asked him what he thought would be a good outcome from today's race. He said he was looking to pick up some places if he could. He's now tracking the leader, so just in front of him is Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Henry Foote seems to have good pace, doesn't he? We've got a warning, a contact warning for the 143. The 143 of Daniela Sutton. So where is Daniela Sutton? She's in 10th place at the moment. Oscar Walmsley-Jones made a place from 13th to 12th as well, at the expense of Jamie Scott, who's dropped down one. Sam Branson behind them in 15th. And Tristan Powell behind them in 16th. Here's the leader then. Don't count out this group of second, third, fourth and fifth, because they are tracking the likes of Brealey and Campbell-Pilling. Fastest lap of the race so far, Henry Foote. So Henry Foote has done the fastest lap of the race. And if anything, Dylan Briley is there this time. He's managed to close in on Campbell-Pilling. Maybe a cart length or so separates them now. Still the very early stages of this first heat for the DRS100. Through the right-hander after the dogleg into Bottom Bend and then up towards the elbow once more. No change with the leader then. Rowan Campbell-Pilling out front. He's been out front for 4 laps now. Briley just behind. Through the right-hander then and swings towards the loop. Almost an open hairpin, and then they head down towards Top Bend. They stretch their legs down towards the dogleg. Campbell-Pilling has put 2 or 3 very good corners together now. Just extended an advantage over Briley to 2 or 3 cart lengths. A little bit more comfortable for him in the lead of this race as we see the battle further down involving the 142 of Daniel Weir in 4th place. Behind him, Ethan Critchley, and then Daniel Ratford behind them, followed by Sherry-Ann Powell, who's made some places. She was on the outside of row 4 to start with. She's moved up into 7th. And over the line they come. And at this point, you could make an argument for 5, maybe even 7 drivers here that could all have a say in how this race is concluded. The first heat for the DRS 100s. Campbell Pilling then still leads. Brierley under pressure now from Henry Foote. Now what does Henry Foote do here? How does he manage the current situation? He's got Daniel Weir just behind him, so he can't afford to make many mistakes. There's a little glance over his right shoulder there just to check on the status of Daniel Weir. He's got Dylan Brierley in front of him, and then he's got Rowan Campbell Pilling. So at what point does he have to try and dispatch of Brierley to find a way past Rowan Campbell Pilling? But if anything, Brierley is now on the hunt of Rowan Campbell Pilling, who's a little bit wide. Campbell Pilling through the loop this time. Go through top bend. Not much between them. Probably still 2 kart lengths the advantage between first and second. Down towards the dog leg they go. Out towards bottom bend. You can see the gap there. He's just around 2-3 kart lengths maybe. Brierley's going to have to hook up a good lap or 2 here to get himself tucked right onto the back bumper of Campbell Pilling and find a way to get past. At the moment, you feel that Rowan Campbell Pilling is just about doing enough. With 5 minutes gone here, 3 minutes plus a lap left to go. Foote is still third, just dropped off the pace a little bit, hasn't he? Both him and Daniel Weir in 4th. Ethan Critchley and Charlie Ratford are 5th and 6th. Sherry-Ann Powell is still there or thereabouts, isn't she, in 7th place. Maximilian Solarski, who was the driver we didn't manage to get hold of on the grid, started all the way down in 15th place, now up to 8th. So a good recovery drive from the winner from Houghton Park, round 1. Here come your race leaders. The battle for 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd, 3rd and 4th. Ongoing here, then a gap back to Sherry-Ann Powell in 5th. Then Solarski, whose next target is Sherry-Ann Powell. Then a gap back to Daniela Sutton in 9th, and Bryn Calder is 10th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones is in 11th. A new personal best for Daniel Weir on the last lap as well, 43.5 for him. Fastest lap of the race so far, 43.4 from Henry Foote. Interestingly, Rowan Campbell Pilling is 2/10 slower than the fastest lap of the race, but he's consistently managed to keep this buffer between himself and Dylan Brierley in 2nd. Into the left of the loop. A little bit wide, or very wide there from Critchley and Ratford, I think, as they went through. He's going to lose another place. I think Critchley and Ratford on the back of him as they go through the top bend. Here is your race leader once more. It's still Campbell Pilling. You can see, though, that the gap is less, isn't it? It's now only maybe kart length and a half. He's certainly got more top-end speed, Rowan Campbell Pilling, as they go down towards bottom bend. Top-end speed, of course, is when you get to the end of the straights, your straight line speed. But Brierley is as close as he's been for a few laps here. I wonder if he just smells himself a race victory here. It was indeed Charlie Ratford who went wide through the loop last time round. So Campbell Pilling, Brierley, Foote, Weir, Critchley. Then Sherry-Ann Powell is ahead of Charlie Ratford, who made that mistake on the previous lap. Then Solarski still 8th. Bryn Calder has got past Daniela Sutton up into 9th. There is the battle for 3rd and 4th between Foote and Weir. The battle continues between 1st and 2nd, and again Campbell Pilling just doing enough to keep Dylan Brierley at arm's length. He's got one more lap to do that now. What's Brierley got in the locker? Can he push through turns 1, 2 and 3 and get himself right up behind? Is the dogleg an opportunity for him to get past on this final lap? He's a little bit more narrow in his racing line through the loop, a little bit more narrow through top bend as well, but Campbell Pilling has just got enough, hasn't he? He's just got enough of a gap. Here is the battle for 3rd and 4th, and now starting to go defensive is Henry Foote. There's no need for Campbell Pilling to go defensive just yet. I think he's probably just about done it. He comes through the final corner and heads to the elbow for the final time, the leader. Here is the challenge for third and fourth. I can tell you that there's no change out front with the leaders. Campbell Pilling has done enough just about from Briley, who was as close as he has been on the last lap. Foot comes home in third. Fourth place, Daniel Weir. Fifth place, Ethan Critchley. Sherry-Ann Powell, an excellent drive up into sixth. Charlie Radford recovered to seventh. Maximilian Solarski made good progress as well up into eighth. Ben Calder was ninth, and Oscar Walmsley-Jones displaced Daniela Sutton on the last lap to come home in 10th place. So our red flag there caused us a little bit of a time delay. But that is the end of the heats. We will now have a break until around about 2 o'clock. And we'll be back with the DRS62s, who will be the first of our finals, scheduled off for around about 2.
Random
at Little Rissington, just outside of Cheltenham. Completely different setup to a few weeks back at Hooton Park. This place is wide, it's big, it's about power, momentum, and the odd bump thrown in as well. The last time I was here was 1999, when I won my first Senior British Championship on this very start-finish line. Let's go and have a look at the circuit. Turn 1 is quick. Right-hander, almost 90 degrees. You'll see from the rubber on the inside the amount of speed that's carried through this corner. The curb isn't particularly friendly on the inside either, and this sets the drivers up to get themselves a decent lap. Once they're through here, it's another right-hander, so expect them to swing out to the outside of the circuit to get the best possible line into turn 2. Over start finish and into turn 1 is all uphill, and that helps a little bit with the grip as well, but as soon as you're down the top straight here and into turn 2, the track starts to fall away. It starts to drop downhill. You can feel now it almost sucks you into the corner as you come into turn 2, and this is the start of probably the most complicated aspect, the most technical part of this Little Rissington circuit, where we go through the left-hander and then out onto this old airfield and into the back straight. Turn 2, there won't be an awful lot of overtaking here. This is more about setting yourself up for the rest of the lap. You can see from the rubber on the inside of turn 2 here, you can see how the drivers have to get the car all back over onto the right hand side to have the best line into the left-hander at turn 3. This is bumpy. It's uncomfortable, especially in the heat today as well. Drivers will find this a tough ask around this Little Rissington circuit. It's one of those circuits where momentum is key, but you're always doing something. You don't get an awful lot of respite in these high-speed corners. And as I said, expect the drivers to have to work really hard to get the car from the left over to the right and the best angle, the best line into turn 3. There is also an overtaking opportunity here. As the drivers will swing onto the exit of turn 2, they'll swing back over to the right hand side, and the opportunistic driver might just stick it down the inside into here and manage to gain themselves a place. So this is the loop. Turn 3 here at Little Rissington. It takes us into turn 4, which is top bend. Two almost identical corners, and the trick for the driver is just to carry as much speed as they possibly can, whilst not giving too many opportunities just to be pinched down the inside by an opposition driver. You'll see again from the rubber around the circuit, the tyre lines that the rubber leaves, generally fairly central to this circuit. There's a few corners where you would take the natural racing line, but around here it's generally to position yourself into the middle of the circuit and allow that momentum, allow that drive from the DRS car to take you on to the next corner, and again to carry that key momentum, that key speed throughout these long sweeping turns and loops at Rissington. So we're here at top bend. Now this is about exit speed. As you can see, the corner tightens as you enter. So as you go in, it looks like quite an open corner, just like the loop that we've just been to at turn 3. But as you actually get here, it tightens on the way in. So you get to a certain point where you think, okay, this is a fairly similar corner to where we've just been. And then you get here and almost you have to put a little bit more into the steering just to get you round. It almost turns into a hairpin, tightens on the way out. The key here is exit speed. It's going to take you down into the dog leg, which is the fast complex that we're going to see shortly. And the quicker you can get out of this corner, the best opportunity you have to get a run down that back straight and perhaps an overtaking opportunity into turns 6 and 7. Don't expect to see a lot of action on the curbs this weekend. At Hooton Park, the curbs are a little bit more friendly, certainly on the inside of the circuit. Here at Rissington, they are not friendly curbs. They are quite sharp. You'll see here, from the indentations on them, that they're almost the crocodile curbs that you hear them talk about in F1 as well. So they're not particularly friendly. The drivers that go over them will run the risk of potentially throwing off a chain and having a technical problem. So you won't expect, or you certainly won't see, a lot of the drivers use these curbs this weekend. And to be honest, it's not the fastest way around this Rissington circuit. As we said, an old airfield, it's open, it's wide, that there's lots of opportunities to get a good quick lap time round here whilst being as smooth as you possibly can. Like many of the circuits in the UK, Rissington has different configurations. So what you will see today is you'll see drivers on their formation laps will not take part in some of the lap. They'll go straight on. For example, here on the way into the dogleg during a race, they will take this little flat out right turn into the dogleg. During the formation lap, they will open their legs and get their tyres, their brakes and themselves ready for the race by doing the outer loop of this Rissington circuit. So you will see that on the formation laps this weekend. So we're at the apex of the dogleg, undoubtedly the toughest corner on the circuit here at Rissington. Drivers will come in really quickly from the top bend. They'll come in under braking. It is downhill, it's really tricky, it's quite slippery, it's very bumpy, and they've got to stop the car as quickly as they can to get onto this apex. This is where they need to be. They need to be on the inside here for the dogleg to give themselves the best possible angle to get out of the dogleg and into the final stage of the lap. There will be overtaking here. It's the point of the circuit where we go from the fastest speed to the slowest. And this is all about driver skill and driver ability. How quickly can you stop that car? How quickly can you get it onto the apex? And how quickly can you release and get back onto the power for the exit? And for all that stopping power that you need on the way into the dogleg, it actually opens up really nicely on the way out. So once you are through that first apex, it's actually quite a nice experience. It's actually quite a nice corner on the way out. It opens up massively on the exit. So don't expect to see drivers too close to the apex on the way out. And what it does mean is this is absolutely critical for the drivers who want to carry that momentum back up to the end of the lap. If you're looking for a last corner overtaking manoeuvre at the elbow, which we'll come to in a few moments time, it starts here. Can you get a good drive from this corner? Can you get tucked into the slipstream round bottom bend, which is more or less flat out for all of our drivers here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series. So expect them to come out of this as quickly as they can to set them up for the rest of the lap. And this is bottom bend. I love this corner. Probably one of the best corners in the UK karting scene. It almost sucks you in. It's downhill, off camber, drags you into the corner. It's flat out. So from a speed and exhilaration perspective, the drivers will almost hold on to the car as it goes through here. It's a little bit of turn, not an awful lot, and just let the circuit drag you in, suck you in, and then it spits you out onto the outside curb, that outside of the left curb here. That curb's a little bit more friendly, so you maybe expect to see a couple of drivers to go onto that. But you get through bottom bend, you think your lap's nearly done, and all of a sudden you get hit with almost a 90 right, which is our next corner. So you almost think the job's done here, and you've got two really technical corners that you still need to navigate to get you through the rest of the lap. So middle bend, as we said, you go through bottom bend, think the job's done, you get to here and think, oh, this is a little bit more tricky than I imagined. The inside curb is fairly wicked. Drivers will want to stay away from that. You can see it now comes back uphill. So it's about getting as much drive, carrying as much speed through here as you possibly can to take you up the short straight into the elbow. No overtaking here generally because they've come so quickly from bottom bend that they almost just hold line of stern. Expect drivers to try and get in the slipstream, try and get that toe on the way up the short straight into the final corner, the elbow. So the final corner on this Little Rissington circuit is the elbow, one of the most famous corners in all of British kart racing. You can see on the way in, the track dives away from you. The track, almost as I'm stood here, I'm at the lowest point of the circuit. And this is, for a flat airfield, there is lots of little undulations in this circuit that drivers will be aware of, and it makes just your braking positions, your braking points, that little bit more tricky at times. The elbow is tough. Drivers have carried lots of speed through bottom bend, through middle bend. They now have to drag the car over onto this right hand side and wrestle it into the elbow. I say wrestle it because of the way the camber works. It is that much trickier to turn the car and get it to react onto the way into this left hander. There is a short sweeping right-hand turn on the exit, which takes you to start-finish. But if we're going to see any overtaking, if we're going to see any last gasp moves, they will be in here. And that's it. 9 corners, open, fast, lots of camber, lots of different challenges for the drivers from what they've seen before at Hooton Park. This is Little Rissington, as we said, based on an old airfield. This is a historic kart track and always produces some really top-end racing. Let's see how all the drivers get on in the qualifying and racing today.
umbrella making a difference then? And having a chair to sort of perch on. It might be worth, you know the old fashioned deck chairs, the fold up ones? Getting some of them. Take one over, you've got somewhere. Let's see if we can find some somewhere.
We're back here then at the Daniel Ricciardo Series second round here at Little Rissington. We're just about to get underway with our DRS62s, our youngest of the competitors for their pre-final. So 8 minutes plus a lap for this race. We're just going to dive onto the second row and try and get a chat with a couple of these drivers. We'll just try and dive in and have a quick chat with Jack Robinson first. I'll just get a bit of his shade as well. Jack, how hot is it out there? How tough is it?
It's very hot and it's pretty tough today.
To hit the front in the last race, two really great moves into the first corner, and then had that move put on you to take that lead away from you.
I wanted to try and pull away, but I just couldn't.
And as we've seen before, probably three of you at the moment that are very close. Is that your strategy here, to try and put those moves on again and try and hit the front, and then this time too try and pull away?
Yeah. Just to try and get past them as quick as I can and pull away.
Excellent. All the best for the pre-final. I'm just going to try and go over as well to Oscar Walsh, who's on the other side of the second row. Oscar, starting on the outside of the second row again. Are you looking to do something slightly different on the start this time? Obviously, there was a bit of a gap between yourself and the front row on the last occasion. Is it a case of trying to get as close as you can as you go over the start-finish line?
Yeah.
And what's the plan? Obviously, the three of them started to pull away last time. Is it to try and get onto the back bumper of these three and let them pull you along?
Yeah.
And then what do you think you can do from there? So, what would be a realistic, what are you hoping for at the end of this race?
To come in the top row.
Yeah, so just get in amongst these top three if you possibly can. Well, all the best, Oscar, for the race. That's the second row of the grid here for the DRS62 Pre-final. Remember, the positions that they finish this Pre-final will be where they start their main final, which is scheduled off for later on this afternoon. We'll be back in just a few moments' time with the Pre-final. DRS62s are on circuit and ready to begin their formation lap for this pre-final. We are bang on the scheduled time, 14:25, 25 past 2. 8 minutes plus a lap for these drivers. Remember, we are streaming live on YouTube. You can catch us by searching the Daniel Ricciardo Series there, and feel free to interact with us via the chat function on there, and obviously subscribe for future rounds. We're also live on Facebook today, our Facebook page, Daniel Ricciardo Series UK. And again, an opportunity for you to like the Daniel Ricciardo Series page. So around they come into a fairly orderly formation. Harry Bartle starts on the inside of the front row. He won the heat earlier on today, but there was 3 drivers really who will all feel they could have been in that top spot. Harry Bartle, Conor Scarisbrick and the number 4 of Jack Robinson, who we spoke to just a moment ago. Let's see if this time the likes of Oscar Walsh can get himself into that battle for the top 3. The car doesn't sound particularly healthy. The 112 of Lewin Aid. They're going to have to go around again because Lewin Aid has just come past us at start-finish and they are not long behind the leaders. So we'll have another formation lap. Now what do they do with Lewin Aid? He's not actually circling much faster than the formation lap karts themselves at the moment, so they'll need to make a decision whether they can, or where they can get him to rejoin the rest of this pack. The leaders are doing their bit, doing as they should, making sure everyone's in a fairly neat bunch as they go around the top bend and down towards the dogleg. Okay, so they put the back marker into the dogleg and then let him rejoin at the back. So clever racetrack management from the officials here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series. They are very nicely formed as they head down towards the, well, it's the old pit bend. We don't use this in racing. We just use it for the start of the race. It gives a long, almost a drag race up to the first corner. They're really well formed. They'll hit the gas just about now. It's an uneven start. Is it going to go first time? It just about levelled out at the end, and I think that Bartle will go into the first corner first. He just about, Conor Scarisbrick was just slightly ahead as they went over the start-finish line, but Bartle had actually had the momentum and actually drove past him down the inside. So Bartle has retaken the lead at the start of this race into the first corner. All the drivers have streamed through the loop and now the top bend and are all still circling as they should be. Here are the leaders then into the dogleg for the first time. A flick to the left and then drive the car right and out and down the hill towards bottom bend for the first time. This long, fast sweeper almost doesn't look like a corner. And then they go into the middle bend. It starts to come uphill then into the elbow, which is where they are now. A little bit of understeer from Harry Bartle. Understeer, of course, when the driver turns the steering wheel, but initially the kart goes straight on. And then it grips and turns in. But he's managed to just about collect it all together. So Bartle, Scarisbrick, Robinson, top 3. Oscar Walsh is in 4th and he's there as well, isn't he? It was interesting. We spoke to Oscar Walsh about whether he could get on terms with this top 3. Certainly seems to be there or thereabouts at the start of this race. Further back is Adam Bourne. Made up 2 places on the last lap as well. Zach McDonald as well, all the way from 12th place up to 8th. And Ewan Scott made a couple of places up to 10th as well. Aaron Haywood made a place up to 14th. Here is the lead group then. There's 4 drivers involved in the battle for the lead. Bartle, Scarisbrick, Robinson, Walsh. No change, but they're absolutely together as they go down and into the loop. Left-handed. Swing back to the left-hand side of the circuit to take the top bend. And now it's all downhill from here until they get back to the elbow. Downhill, under braking, heavy braking into the left-hander at the dogleg. And then down the hill again towards this flat-out right-hander into bottom bend. And all of a sudden they pop out and up the hill towards the elbow. It's certainly split into 2 sections, this circuit. The The section from now is all uphill until they get to the top bend, and then it drops all away from them. Here is a move for the lead as well. Scarriage Brick down the inside, makes it stick as well. He might lose another place, Bartle. He will lose another place as Jack Robinson, ever the opportunist, dives to the inside. There's a big touch, a little bit of a touch in behind from Oscar Walsh onto Bartle as well. That cost Bartle the place. There was certainly contact from Walsh on the back of Bartle. There's a little look over his shoulder. So here was the move for the lead. Now look at Robinson down the inside as well. He takes second place away from Bartle, and then we just don't get to see it there. There was a little bit of contact as Bartle and Walsh went into the loop, which has resulted in Bartle dropping from first to fourth. So we've now got two battles. A battle for the lead between Scarriage Brick and Robinson, and then the battle for third and fourth between Walsh and Bartle. And it would be the first time that we've not seen Harry Bartle win a race at the Daniel Ricciardo Series this year. He won all of the heats, the pre-final and the final at Hooton Park. He won the heat earlier on today, but now he's got his work cut out, although he has found a way past Oscar Walsh back up into third, as has Jack Robinson, who's found a way past Conor Scarriage Brick and has hit the front for the second time today. He led the heat earlier on. He's now back in front of this pre-final, down towards the middle bend, up towards the elbow. They flick themselves to the left, just try and catch the curb on the exit, which is what Robinson does. And over, start finish to complete another lap. No change at the front, and we're just about half distance in terms of the race time as well. Just ticked over 4 minutes, which means we've got 4 minutes plus that one final lap still to go. Just look at Bartle, just starting to edge closer and closer. He's done the fastest lap of the race as well, of 48.650, and that was on his last lap. So as we often see, it is much easier to chase, much easier to get your head down and use those karts in front as a bit of a marker for improvement, and that's exactly what Harry Bartle has done. He's just cruising up onto the back of Conor Scarriage Brick as we see a warning for Ewan Scott, the 108, who's in 12th place at the moment. No changes in the rest of the field, so we've still got Adam Bourne in 5th, although he is now having to hold off, and he hasn't held off Archie Pitts-Drake, who's moved up into 5th. Karvalov is in 7th, Zach McDonald is 8th, and Jackson Lane is 9th, and Benjamin Baker is 10th. Here comes the move then from Bartle. Tries to go down the inside at top bend. It's a drag race now between him and Scarriage Brick down towards the dogleg. But Scarriage Brick has won that drag race. And while they were squabbling, it's just allowed for Jack Robinson just to give himself half a kart length as he away. They've got a back marker coming as well as the battles continue down the field. There's the battle currently for 10th, 11th and 12th, Baker, Harrison and Scott. Here are the leaders then. They are successfully past the back marker and they head towards the loop once more. Robinson still leads. He's led now for 3 or 4 laps. He's got 2 minutes plus one final lap to do. Just keep an eye on Harry Bartle. We'd written him off 3 or 4 laps ago. He's now right back in this race in 3rd place. Here are the leaders then, into the dogleg once more. The left-hander down to the right and drops down the hill to bottom and middle bend. No movement here from Scarriage Brick. Absolute line astern, absolutely together the 3 of them, into the elbow once more. And now they'll swing into what's probably been the most popular overtaking place on the circuit today, getting a drag up the start-finish straight, finding a way into Paddock Bend, but nothing doing yet. A little bit wide, a lot wide from Jack Robinson. He might just give them a chance here. Robinson does have the inside line, and now Bartle, the opportunist, dives to the inside. So while Scarriage Brick was trying to get the undercut on Jack Robinson, who ran wide initially, he left the door open for Harry Bartle, and Bartle is back up into second and right onto the back, straight onto the back bumper of Jack Robinson. Here was the move then. Robinson a little bit wide, then took the inside line as Scarriage Brick tried to, well, switch him onto the inside, and unfortunately Bartle was already there. And Bartle then takes second place back away. Now will he have a look over start finish? We've got Ooh, probably got 2 to go here. They won't get round again before the time is up. So it'll be 2 laps to go from here. Bartle a little bit wide again from Robinson. Is he just struggling to stop the car into the loop? And now Bartle dives to the inside. Oh, and Robinson slams the door shut. So he had a little look, didn't he? Bartle into top bend. Robinson slammed the door shut. Robinson's now got 2 or 3 car lengths advantage. If he can just scamper away here, put 2 or 3 really good corners together, he could have daylight between himself and Harry Bartle in second. We've got just over a lap to go here. We're going to get a grandstand finish. Can Oscar Walsh get involved as well if they trip over each other? Down the inside into the elbow comes Scarisbrick. That might allow for Robinson to get further away at the front. Bartle then and Scarisbrick in a drag race up the main straight. Bartle goes to the inside and cuts him off. This has worked perfectly for Jack Robinson, who just needs to keep it on the straight and narrow. He just needs to be consistent here. He's still very, very wide through the loop. That might just give the 2 behind a little bit of hope. He's got half a lap and he's got 4 car lengths advantage. I think he's done enough here, Jack Robinson. Bartle and Scarisbrick are going to have to scrap over second and third because he's only got 3 corners left to go. Jack Robinson has timed this really well. If anything, the move from Conor Scarisbrick a lap ago probably spoiled any chance of Bartle or Scarisbrick winning the race because it just allowed for Robinson to extend his advantage at the front. Robinson into the final corner then. He's through the right-hander at the elbow. He heads up to, there's contact behind as well. They're all scrapping over second, third and fourth. Robinson wins then. Bartle comes home in second. Scarisbrick in third. Walsh in fourth. Archie Pitts-Drake, another good drive up into fifth. Adam Bourne, sixth. Liam Karbeloff is seventh. And Zach McDonald is eighth. So then, just as he predicted on the dummy grid before the race, Jack Robinson gets out front, plans his time and pulls away to win the pre-final. It's the first time the Harry Bartle deadlock has been broken. Jack Robinson then will start the main final for the DRS62s on pole position. We've got a contact warning for Conor Scarisbrick. I think that is probably from the last corner. Did seem to catch the back of Harry Bartle. Bartle was the fastest lap holder as well, 48.6 for him on lap 5. So that is the conclusion of the pre-final. We will see the DRS62s again. We'll see them at 20 to 4 this afternoon. But Jack Robinson has provisionally won the pre-final and will start on the front row alongside Harry Bartle, who finished in second place. Conor Scarisbrick was third. Oscar Walsh was fourth. Archie Pitts-Drake was fifth. And Adam Bourne came home in sixth place. So in just a few moments' time, we'll be back down on the grid with the DRS125 drivers. Their pre-final is scheduled to go off at just around about 10 to 3.
I think he's just sorting it.
314 on that.
We're down on the grid here for the DRS125s. They're pre-final. We've just seen the DRS62. So 2 races left for these guys. These are our older of the drivers. We're going to try and have a chat with a couple of them if we possibly can. I want to try and get hold, if I can, of Elliot Stanley. So we'll head this way and see if we can grab a hold of him. He's just having a moment under his umbrella here. Nick a bit of his shade is the order of the day. Right, Elliot, so had a bit of time to find him from qualifying, half a second or so slower than the leaders. Obviously, from Houghton Park's performance, we were probably expecting a little bit closer to the front. Have you found some of that time yet?
We're not sure. We've been having problems all day with the carburetor, so we changed it now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it does the job.
So your job now is a little bit different. You've got some cars to get past. You've got to try and navigate your way through a few. Is this a case of pick as many of these off as we can to get you as close to the front as you can for the grand final?
Yeah, try and get up behind Matt and Sam and try and put them under a bit of pressure. Even Dylan, just trying to get there. I know it's going to be difficult, especially at this track. It's hard to overtake, but hopefully it'll come.
Yeah, and we've just been looking at there's a bit of a headwind now as well as drivers are coming up towards the first corner here. The first corner for me has probably been the best opportunity for a lot of drivers to get past, getting a good toe out of the elbow and round the corner there. Other than that, you're right, it's all medium pace corners, isn't it? So there's not that many great overtaking opportunities.
No, it isn't, and even this first corner, unless you're a lot quicker than that person in front of you, you're not getting past, so you kind of have to follow and try and pick your points. So hopefully it's a good race for me going forward, and yeah, we'll see for the final.
All the best.
Cheers.
So Elliot Stanley there, who starts on the inside of row 4, so he's got a little bit of work to do, it has to be said. We're going to try and grab a chat with Sam Faulkner if we possibly can. I'm trying to see where he is. His car is just on the grid now, so we'll give him a couple of minutes to get ready. We've got plenty of time before this race is due to go off, just around 5 minutes time or so. You can see, as we've said all day, drivers all utilising as much of the sunshade as they possibly can do. It is hot here. We're still well over 30, 31 degrees, which, as we said to Matthew Pearce earlier on, is it's a different scenario for drivers. Drivers in the UK are generally used to, you know, fairly tepid conditions, even more used to the wet weather in kart racing. And this does become a little bit alien. It does have different characteristics. There's things that you need to do differently, not just from a setup perspective, not just from a, you know, trying to ensure that the kart's in its best possible condition, but also physically for drivers. This is tough out there, especially as the races get longer today, as they will do throughout the weekend. You'll find that the drivers will start to suffer as well. So, as we said earlier, well hydrated drivers, and they will be very tired when they come off as well. Let's just head towards the front of the grid and see if we can have in fact, what we will do is we'll just have a quick chat with Tom Snape, because he did such a good job from the back of the field, and I would imagine he'll be really satisfied with the outcome of that. Tom, just grab you for a second. We spoke earlier about what a tough job you had, and you just found yourself on the outside of the second row.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, to be honest. I didn't think I'd do quite that well, but I'll take it.
So what's the job now? Is the job to get 2 or 3 more and try and hit the front, or, you know, consolidate where you are? And I suppose anything higher than this position is a bonus based on your way before.
I think I'd be happy if I can keep up with the quick guys and obviously make a few stabs if I can, but yeah.
All the best for the race. So a really good first heat for him. We're going to try and grab Sam Faulkner if we possibly can. He's not quite helmeted up yet. He's going to probably do that process now. We're just heading to the front of the field. We'll try and grab a quick word just as he puts his helmet on. The pole man. I'm really interested to hear about his qualifying session, because his qualifying session was exactly how I would have done it, in terms of a 3-lap shootout, bish bash bosh, and get it done. Sam, talk to us about qualifying first. It was exactly how I saw it, in terms of everybody else was going out there and doing a lot of work on the tyres, and you just got out there, did the job, and that was it.
Yeah, the tyres really, I think, only have 2 or 3 laps in them for the optimum, and then they just go off. So you have to go out and do it quickly, and then after that there's no point going around taking more life out of them. So I think both me and Matt only did 3 or 4 laps, and that was it.
Is that the case of the race as well, in terms of you did a lot of your hard work at the start of the heat? You got yourself maybe a 2 or 3 kart length advantage and just chipped away a tenth a lap. Is that the strategy? Obviously the tyres will go off, it'll go for everybody, so if you've done that work early, is that the advantage?
I think so, yeah. The tyres seem to be quite stable. They're quick at the start and they go off a bit, but they're quite stable for the rest of the race. But yeah, it's so hard to overtake around here, but yeah, the race will be pretty stable, I think. If you can get a gap at the start, it's quite hard to put it back in, because it's just corner after corner and they're so flat that there's not a lot you can do to catch people, really.
Absolutely. All the best for the race, Sam. And interesting that some of the drivers, certainly the faster formula, the DRS125, it's a very flowing track here. It bounces from one corner to the next. They're all fairly mid-range. There's only one real stopping point, which is over at the horseshoe at the bottom end there, so the dog leg rather. So yeah, interesting to see the driver's perspective of that. And this could be a race which is decided in the first couple of laps. So expect the drivers to try and make their moves early, and we'll see how they get on. The DRS125s are just about to start their pre-final. The engines are on and drivers have started their formation lap. It's our second of the pre-finals. 8 minutes plus a lap for the DRS125s. Led out by the heat winner, Sam Faulkner. like he said, didn't see the need to do more or to do too much on the tyres in qualifying. I reckon his tyres are about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 laps fresher than Matthew Pearce's were. Matthew Pearce did 9 or 10 laps in the qualifying session and had spoke to us earlier about the reason for doing that. They've been caught out by some of the results of testing yesterday. So I wonder if in Matthew Pearce's head, getting the jump on Sam Faulkner at the start of this race is the most successful opportunity, or the strategy, if you like. Can he find a way past and just keep Sam Faulkner behind him? I reckon Faulkner's about a tenth of a lap quicker around this Rissington circuit based on the heat result this morning. So track position could be key. You let Faulkner get ahead, he could be in the distance. So Faulkner and Pearce on the front row, Dylan Reid and Tom Snape, who made loads of places in the first heat. Ben Gartside and Jack Rigg behind them, Elliot Stanley and Cody Eustace. That's the top 8. Will we go first time? We will. Faulkner's got a good one, has he? Pearce to go around the outside. Is Pearce going to be able to squeeze his way through? Don't think he is. He sits down into second place as they stream through towards the loop for the first time. All just about get through. It is Sam Faulkner. He just fended off the advances. He certainly had a go, didn't he, Matthew Pearce? He gave him a good squeeze as they went through the first corner for the first time. He didn't manage to get through. We've got contact as well there. So a couple of drivers involved in that skirmish, and one of them was the number 8 of Elliot Stanley. So Elliot Stanley we spoke to before the race, looking to make onward progress. Oh, big curb clip by Pearce. Will it cost him a kart length or so? Little bit of mistake in the early stages from Pearce, who will be trying very, very hard to make sure he is still on terms with the race leader. He's got Snape in behind him. What a story this would be if Tom Snape could find a way to get on terms with not just Pearce but Sam Faulkner as well, right from the back of the field after those engine problems earlier on today. Here are the leaders then. Faulkner, neat and tidy through the left-hander at the dogleg, down towards the 2 bottom and middle bends. Gap is what? A kart length? A tenth maybe? Pearce a little bit tidier this time through the right-hander and onto the start-finish straight. So, no change at the front then. Faulkner, Pearce, Snape, Rigg, Reid. And Gartside, Cody Eustace and Carl Watt. Tommy Walsh is the rookie up in 8th place. He's closer, isn't he? Matthew Pearce this time. It's as close as he's been. He's touched right up on the bumper. He was really good under brakes through the bottom corner. And now they stream back up the hill towards the left of the elbow. Then over to the left-hand side to get the best possible line. Try and straight line that final turn and head over the start-finish. I wonder if they made some changes, Matthew Pearce, and the camp in there, because he is certainly much closer to Sam Faulkner than he was the first time in the first heat. And it's this point here that he really starts to close as they go down towards the left-hander. Faulkner kicks out the back end and then with a little bit of adjustment gets it back on the straight line that it needs to be on. Under investigation comes Elliot Stanley, the 8. We saw him involved in that incident earlier on as well. Pearce then great under brakes through the elbow. Will he lose a little bit of momentum on the way out? A little bit, but not an awful lot. He was very good under brakes, wasn't he, Matthew Pearce, both into the elbow and into the dogleg on the last couple of laps. He's just about there, just not quite in striking distance. You see now, under braking, just kicks the back end out, a little bit of opposite lock, and then turns into the corner. Back end slides a little bit as those tyres start to effectively melt in the heat. Through the right-hander again. They're all right there. Not just Matthew Pearce. Look at Tom Snape as well. He's absolutely within striking distance of Matthew Pearce and Sam Faulkner, first and second. Further back from them is Jack Rigg. Still doing a good job there in 4th place. And the leaders head over, start, finish once more into the top straight and then down to the loop. They come up to the right-hander. And then down this is I suppose the longest straight they have other than the start-finish straight. Everything at round Rissington is on a corner, even the long corners. And again, he's right there, isn't he, Pierce, as they go through the dogleg, head out. So good under braking. What he does do is he loses a little bit of time because he's that good under brakes. He closes right in under braking, then loses maybe a kart length or so on the way out because he's done so much work on the way in. Karting is a game of momentum. It's a sport where sometimes the slower you are in, the better your line in, the quicker you get on the throttle, the faster you are out, and that is vice versa as well. You brake later, kart has to do more work in a shorter space, you're generally slower out of the corner. That's how the mechanics and the physics of it work. Down towards the dogleg once more. Faulkner again, great under brakes, but then you can just see there, loses 2 or 3 kart lengths on the way out. And Faulkner got a really good exit that time out of the dogleg and has got himself 3 kart lengths advantage now, as again Pierce good under braking as they go into the elbow. Over start finish then. Faulkner doing a good job under some pressure here. Faulkner, Pierce, Snape, then Rigg, Reed, Garside, Eustace, Watt. Oliver Owen is 9th. Elliot Stanley is recovering. He's in 10th at the moment with Dave Burns, Firas, Bill Basie and Tommy Welsh are the rest of the 13 runners we have here for the DRS 125s. We've got one more pre-final to come. The pre-final for the DRS 100s, and then we'll do it all again for the main finals. 10 minutes for the DRS62s and 12 minutes for the 125s and the 100s. Here is our race leader. We've completed nearly 6 minutes of this race so far. We've got 3 minutes to go, plus that one final lap. And Pierce is going to have to do a little bit more to get himself on terms. He's close, but not quite there. As the concertina up into the dogleg, the heaviest braking point on the circuit. And then they'll stretch their legs down towards the bottom and the middle bend, and then up now towards a flick and a little break into the elbow. Where is he now, Pierce? Where was he a lap ago? So the gap was 3/10 a lap ago. It's still 3/10 now, so no real change there in the distance between the front few. And Pierce then still in 2nd place. Through the left-hander they come with the dogleg once more. He'll probably get 2 more laps after this one to try and get himself on terms with the race leader. He's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he? It's certainly a closer contest than the first heat was, but you do get the impression that Pierce is absolutely on the ragged edge trying to stay with Sam Faulkner, and Faulkner has probably got a little bit in reserve. It's a new personal best for Matthew Pierce, a 43.155. And still the gap remains around about 2 kart lengths. This is where he's quick. The way into the dogleg, he will close into touching distance, and then it just seems like Faulkner stretches away on the exit, exactly the same that time. And will it be the last lap this time around? This will be really tight as to whether they're probably going to get round in time. They've got 10 seconds and they're already out of the elbow, so it'll be 2 to go this time for Faulkner. Faulkner and Pierce and Snape and Rigg and Reed. Reed, who's got a little bit of an advantage over Ben Garside. Cody Eustace is behind them. Carl Watt has just gone through to break the time and being once more. There's not a huge distance between them all, really. They're all within the first half of the circuit. But the important distance is between Sam Faulkner and Matthew Pierce, and that distance is about 0.3 of a second at the moment as they head down towards the bottom bend. We're going to have a last lap this time, so if Pierce has got anything in reserve, he needs to see it now. Similarly, Tom Snape, if he's got aspirations of getting past Matthew Pierce, that probably needs to be now as well. So over start finish they go into the paddock corner. No change in the remaining places of this DRS 125 pre-final. A little bit wide from Tom Snape through the left-hander at the loop. It looks like Faulkner's done enough, doesn't it? He's got enough of a gap. It's 2 or 3 car lengths of comfort. He probably won't feel very comfortable, but it is comfort for him at the moment. He's got 2 more corners to navigate. He comes round the bottom bend. He'll come back up the hill towards the left-hander at the elbow for the final time. The gap's bigger than it has been throughout, really. So a good marker from Sam Faulkner. Goes on to win the second race of the day for the DRS125s, the pre-final. He'll start the final on pole position. Matthew Pearce second. Tom Snape, another excellent result for him, up in third. Jack Rigg finishes fourth. Dylan Reed is in fifth. Ben Gartside comes home in sixth place. Cody Eustace, Carl Watt, Oliver Owen and Elliot Stanley all unchanged. The top 10 didn't really change, did they, for the last 5 or 6 laps there? But it was Sam Faulkner, the 283, who had done enough to head off the advances of Matthew Pearce and Tom Snape. That is the provisional result of the DRS125 pre-final. And we've got just around about 15 minutes before our last pre-final of the day, before we start all the grand finals, and that is for the DRS100. It's due on circuit around about 3:15.
Tell you what we can do, we shall save doing it later. If you send 2 drivers from Team Sport, which is 173, is it? Still down as 121. Charlie Ratford and oh, he's not down there. 173, Riven, Walsh. I think it's Walsh or Welsh. 17. Hang on, let me just test Jane. Jane, come in, please. Riven Walsh isn't on the driver list. Is he 173? Is it Walsh or Welsh? 157. Yeah. So the driver list was wrong from before. So it's 157 and Riven Walsh. And both of those won the British Indoor Karting Championship. So we just need like literally a minute of each driver saying how they're finding it, how they're getting on, what's the difference. You know, you just say, make sure to say teams. British Indoor Karting Championship, which is Bygone Sport UK. Then that saves us doing it later.
173.
So the pre-final for the DRS100 is on grid at the moment, just about getting ready to go. I want to speak to two drivers, if we possibly can, who came into the DRS series via a slightly different route. So we'll head over firstly to Riven Welsh. The 157 starts on the inside of the 9th row there. Riven, tell us how you got here, because you come through a slightly different route, didn't you?
Yeah, I won the British Indoor Karting Championship. I got a free seat in the Daniel Ricciardo Series, and I'm doing okay.
Well, that's the next question, I suppose. How are you finding it? Obviously, you're sort of mid-grid at the moment. A bit of a mixed weekend, I suppose. But how are you finding it in terms of the difference between those two types of formula?
It's harder because everybody's good. Like, you got people like Rowan Cameron Phillips that's on a different league to everybody else. It's hard to mix in with people.
But still loads of chance for you to develop and obviously to grow, and that's what the series is about, I suppose, getting drivers different experiences to get themselves a little bit further up that grid. And I'm sure as you progress your season this season, you'll be looking to improve and get yourself further up the field.
Yeah, of course. I was aiming for maybe a middle pack, maybe 10th, 9th, but obviously things happen, and what can you do about it?
But a top 10 would be a good result, especially from here. You've got some karts to get past, but it's...
I think top 15 would do okay.
Absolutely. So Riven Welsh there, who managed to get through into this seat in the DRS series through his British Indoor Kart Championship success via Team Sport, the UK Motorsport British Indoor Championship. Another driver who's been in that series as well. We're going to drive to the front and to Charlie Ratford, the 121. We'll try and grab a little bit of shade from Charlie as well if we possibly can. Charlie, we've just been speaking to Riven Welsh. You came through it a slightly different way into this Daniel Ricciardo series as well. What was that?
Winning BIKC. Yeah, basically it's just an indoor tournament. Winner got free season and I was lucky enough to win it.
And doing very well as well, standing yourself on the inside of the 4th row. So how have you found the difference between the two formula?
Pardon?
How have you found the difference between the Daniel Ricciardo series and the formula that you were in before?
Yeah, this is a lot quicker, and the tyres really grippy, so the turning's really good, and yeah.
And obviously into sort of mainstream outdoor karting as well. How have you found? I mean, the biggest difference this weekend is the heat, isn't it? How have you found the heat out there?
Yeah, it's difficult because obviously the tyre pressures, you got to find out what's good. And obviously it's really hot, so just sitting in here, yeah.
Absolutely, we were told earlier on it was like driving in a swimming pool.
It is really sweaty.
So all the best for the race this afternoon and the grand final later on today. Charlie Ratford there, who's on the inside of the 4th row. Two drivers who've come into the Daniel Ricciardo series just through a different way, just a different method. They effectively won their seat through the British Indoor Karting Championship, which just goes to show how many opportunities are presented by the Daniel Ricciardo series, and two drivers who've taken them with both hands and are both doing fantastically well as well. Keep an eye out on both Riven Welsh and Charlie Ratford as we go through not just today's races but also the rounds to come. Just a few moments to go until we'll see the DRS100 drivers, and they'll be starting their pre-final in just a few minutes.
Formation lap, everybody, nice and steady, no bumping in the middle, please. Okay? No bumping and boiling in the back.
So the last of our pre-finals is the DRS 100s on the dummy grid at the moment. We're just about bang on time, aren't we? Just a couple of seconds to go before they'll be released onto the circuit. And then after this one, we're into the business end of the day. We're into the grand finals for the DRS62, 125 and 500 and 100 classes. Those pre-finals scheduled for 20 to 4, 5 past 4 and half past 4. We'll then have the full presentation to follow that. Led away by Ron Campbell-Pilling, courtesy of his first heat win. If you remember, those who watched the Houghton Park round a few weeks ago, Ron Campbell-Pilling was leading the final of the DRS 100 that day, and an exhaust clamp came off, which led to a loose exhaust, which led to him effectively being not disqualified, but he had to come in and get that repaired. He received a technical flag, which means you have to come into the pits, and that was the end of his grand final. So I'm sure he'll be looking to make amends for that. Dylan Briley alongside him. Now Briley was within touching distance for a while, wasn't he, in the first heat? I wonder if this will be a similar situation to what we've just seen on the DRS 125s. I wonder if Briley will be very keen to get track position and get past in the early stages. I'll tell you who was fast in the first heat, and that's Henry Foote, who was third on the grid. Daniel Weir is alongside them. So 22 DRS 100 drivers. All heading up towards the start-finish line. It's Campbell-Pilling and Briley on the front row. A straight drag race between them two initially, and Campbell-Pilling's got the best of it by an absolute mile. I'm not sure if that will go first time, will it? It has done. Campbell-Pilling's already got 4 kart lengths by the time he comes off the first corner. It's not the best of starts for Briley because Henry Foote has managed to find a way through. They streamed through for the first time. They've all managed to get through the paddock corner, the loop and the top bend. Here is the leader, Ron Campbell-Pilling, the distinctive yellow helmet. Henry Foote behind them, the white helmet, the green race suit. And then Alan Bryan. We've got one spinner, the 128 of Oscar Walmsley-Jones. So Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who was in 8th place on the grid, is now at the back of the field. And here's the replay. Oh, certainly some contact there, isn't there? Certainly some contact with him, and I think Sam Halley-Hicksman as well was the other driver involved. Let's have a look at who's made the most places on that opening lap. Maximilian Salarski. Salarski had a shocker in qualifying this morning, but is now up into 4th. Charlie Ratford's made 5 places as well, up into 7th. Kai Newman's up 2 into 9th. Jamie Scott has made 4 places to 11th, and Aaron Mensah has made 5 places from 19th, 20th to 15th place. The drivers who've lost out, Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who's dropped 14 places, and Tuscany Groves as well. The number 148 is down 3 places to 21st place. Here comes the race leader once more. Has Henry Foote got the pace to close this gap on Ron Campbell-Pilling? He took 1/10 of a second out of him last time. So contact warning for Sam Halley-Hicksman. I assume that is for the incident involving Oscar Walmsley-Jones. It resulted in Walmsley-Jones dropping to the back of the field. Now this gap then, so here's the battle between the 147 of Sherry-Ann Powell and the 135 of Salarski. So Sherry-Ann Powell goes past Salarski, who was making good forward inroads, but has now got a back bumper of Sherry-Ann Powell in front of him to look at. 4th place for Powell, doing a super job as well. The outside of the 4th row at one point, Sherry-Ann Powell, and now finds herself up into the top 4. Her next target is the number 5 of Dylan Briley. So here they come then, and there is Salarski, the 135. Behind him, the 142 of Daniel Ware. So Ware, who started on the 2nd row of the grid, started on the outside of the front row earlier on today, but not quite managed to match the pace that he had in qualifying earlier on today. Currently down in 6th place or 5th place, because he's found a way past Salarski. So Salarski, all that good work. We were saying how much forward motion he'd had and how much progress he'd made, and all of a sudden he's dropped back down from 4th to 6th in the space of a lap or 2. Here is Rowan Campbell-Pilling, our race leader then. The gap between himself and Henry Foote is just around about a second between the two of them. Lap times were pretty comparable, fastest laps pretty comparable. So at the moment, I'm not quite sure where Henry Foote is going to find a second's worth of track position. In fact, if anything, the two behind him, Dylan Briley and Sherry-Ann Powell. I think Sherry-Ann Powell, I know Sherry-Ann Powell is the fastest driver on the circuit. A 43.5 for Sherry-Ann Powell is the fastest lap of the race so far. She did a 43.7 last time round as well. And she's all over the back now of Dylan Briley. So keep an eye on Sherry-Ann Powell. She's got a lot of work to do. She dives to the inside. Is she going to make it stick into the dog leg? No, decides better of it and just sticks in behind Briley, who's under all sorts of pressure now from the 147 of Sherry-Ann Powell. Dives to the inside at middle bend. No resistance at all from Briley. In fact, he almost stepped out the way. It was very, very gentlemanly from Briley. So Sherry-Ann Powell, a young lady on the move at the moment, on a charge here, up into 3rd. Next target, Henry Foote, and she will have the benefit of chasing, the benefit of being able to get her head down and get after Henry Foote, who in turn is trying to get after Rowan Campbell-Pilling, but the gap between the two of them is now up to over 1 second, 1.019 between Campbell-Pilling and Henry Foote. Keep an eye on this gap between Henry Foote and Sherry-Ann Powell, because I think that's coming down. I think Powell is absolutely on rails here. Let's see if she's managed to go faster this time. Yeah, 43.4, fastest lap of the race so far for Sherry-Ann Powell. Now, interestingly, and this is interesting, Sherry-Ann Powell is 0.3 of a second quicker than Rowan Campbell-Pilling at the moment. So if Sherry-Ann Powell can dispatch of Henry Foote, if she can give herself maybe 3 or 4 laps at 0.3 a lap, she would get right on term, and we've got a penalty, a black flag for Sam Halley-Hinksman. So Sam Halley-Hinksman, who was involved in that incident with Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who's still down in 21st place, has obviously been involved in another incident, is going to receive a black flag next time round, which means he has to come into the pits. Look at this then from Sherry-Ann Powell, right on the back bumper of Henry Foote now. 43.6 last time round, still fastest driver on the circuit. Where will she pick the place to get past Henry Foote? It won't be in the right-hander at top bend. It might be down the hill. Henry Foote goes to the inside, Sherry-Ann Powell to the outside. He's got a nose cone problem, has Henry Foote as well. Now, that nose cone's coming off. So, this is a problem for Henry Foote, because if the officials deem that that is unsafe and at risk of falling off, they will give him a black and yellow flag. Black and orange flag, which will mean that he needs to come in. It'll be interesting to see what the issue here. I can see it's dangling. It looks like the bottom left side of it has completely collapsed for Henry Foote. The bottom right, sorry, is completely collapsed. So then, will the officials look at that as a technical problem? Will they see that as something that needs to allow that driver to come in and get it repaired? Is it at risk of coming off? Probably not. It's probably... Oh, big mistake from Sherry-Ann Powell. She got all kinds of sideways on the way out. She's just got it completely wrong. Caught the rumble strip. Got a huge armful of opposite lock, and it really slowed her down. She lost 3 or 4 kart lengths to Henry Foote. It was just as she came out of the dogleg. If you watch this now, so she comes out of the dogleg. This next section here, clips the outside curb. She caught the curb with her right rear wheel. It spun the wheels, it kicked the wheel out a little bit. She'll have had a handful of oversteer, and it's just cost Sherry-Ann Powell a little bit of that momentum she'd worked so hard to earn in the previous couple of laps. But she's there now, and she's out to the inside of Foot. Foot, very defensive, isn't he? He's very good at defending his line. He's very good at slamming the door shut, and he does not want Sherry-Ann Powell taking that second place away from him. We're on the final lap. The battle is for second, third, fourth and fifth. We know Sherry-Ann Powell is the fastest of these four drivers. Has she got the racecraft to find a way through against a very good defensive driver in Henry Foote? Here they come then. No change in the leader. Rowan Campbell-Pilling has edged away from all of these at the front of the field. There's no change either. We've seen her be quick here though, Sherry-Ann Powell. Will she out to the inside as they go down to bottom bend? Nothing happening. It'll have to be in the elbow if it's going to be anywhere for Sherry-Ann Powell. Probably not close enough either, is she? No. Through the right-hander then. And it's Rowan Campbell-Pilling who wins the pre-final. Henry Foote in second place. Probably a little bit fortunate that the officials didn't see that nose cone as something that needed to be fixed from a technical perspective. Sherry-Ann Powell, what a drive into third place. Dylan Brierley finishes in fourth. Daniel Weir is fifth. Ali Hussein, what a good drive from Ali Hussein, up into sixth. Jamie Scott is seventh. Charlie Ratford is eighth. Kaya Newman is nine. And Maximilian Solarski dropped all the way back from fourth place at one point back into 10th place. We've got 22 runners. Oscar Walmsley-Jones finished in the end in 20th. Maximilian Reed was behind him in 21st, and Tuscany Groves in 22nd place. There is your winner then, as Rowan Campbell-Pilling heads into Parc Fermé. And we have got now about 15 minutes or so until we start the DRS62 final. We'll head down there in just a few moments' time and hear from some of the drivers who could be in contention when it comes to that grand final win. That grand final scheduled, as we say, for the DRS100 drivers at 4:30. But before that, we have the 20-4 DRS62s, which will be coming up in just a few minutes.
said if water was beer, he'd be absolutely rat-arsed. 132 is 11th.
So we're down here for the grand final. So the real business end of today's event is here. The first of 3 grand finals, the DRS62s, who are all getting themselves ready to go for this race. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for these DRS62 drivers. They're lining up now and getting themselves ready. Connor Scarisbrick on the inside of the front row. Harry Bartle is alongside him, second on the grid. Behind them, we've got Jack Robinson, and alongside him, the 120 of Oscar Walsh. These 4 have been at the business end. They've been at the sharp end of this cadet class, this DRS62 class for the duration of the weekend. You would imagine that the winner will come from one of these 4, but we've seen things happen before in DRS62 racing, which means that nothing can be taken for granted. We're going to grab a chat with a couple of the drivers in just a second. In fact, we'll dive over and have a chat with Harry Bartle first. Harry, just to get your views first, obviously it's the first time in the last race that you haven't won a race in this DRS series, so what's the response from that?
I'm not sure really, just go with it.
Try and get yourself back to the front of the field, I imagine.
Yeah.
How hard has it been this weekend? Obviously the sun's been pretty hot, it's been very close racing. We've had to look at sort of tyres and how to manage tyres and all that sort of thing. How different has it been to previous races?
Very tough, because there's 3 of us this time instead of 4 instead of the 2 that we had at Hooton. It's a lot hard to fight.
Absolutely, it's been really close racing. We wish you all the best for the race. We're just going to have a chat with Harry's dad as well, who's just stood here on the dummy grid with us. We've just been talking about how tough it is for these drivers. It's not easy for you guys either in the heat, is it?
No, terrible. It's nerve-wracking, to say the least. It's sometimes hard work, but yeah, it's really warm today, to be honest.
It is, and we talked to the DRS100 and 125 drivers about tyre management and little windows for qualifying and all that sort of thing. And I suppose from that perspective, it's a great training ground for these young drivers, isn't it, in terms of where they may go in the future and hopefully to the pinnacle of the sport. But I suppose days like this just give them another experience to get them used to some of those things.
It is, yeah. The karts are very sensitive to various things, and we're all the dads are trying to get them to run the fastest they can, but there's so many different things you can do, and we're not used to 30 degrees, so who knows who's got it right and who's got it wrong, to be honest.
I asked him what his response was to it being the first race when he wasn't at the front of the field in the previous race, and he just said win the next one. So it's a good mentality to have. We'll leave you and Harry to it, and wish you all the best for the for that final. We've got just around 5 minutes to go here before these DRS62 drivers will start that final. The other thing to just consider is, you'll probably see from the flags just above me here, is that there is quite a strong headwind going down the main straight, so it's right down into the drivers' faces as they come up this main straight. And as this is probably one of the best overtaking opportunities into turn 1 here, which we can just see just over my left shoulder, that's probably one of the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit. It means that the drivers should, in theory, arrive there a little bit slower because of the headwind. So therefore, we may see some more overtaking here in this grand final, not just for the DRS62 drivers, but for the DRS100 and the DRS125 drivers as well. Conditions are constantly changing. There's no doubt it's still as hot as it has been throughout the day, but we've now got a slight headwind to contend with as well. As we heard before from the Bartle camp, they've made there's an opportunity for drivers to make little technical and setup changes throughout the weekend. Let's see who's got it right in the DRS62 grand final, which is due in just a few minutes. Top man. Perfect. Cheers, mate. Cheers.
Camera 3 to camera 2. Camera 2, can you hear me? Sorry, it's really weird how you can hear them but they can't hear you. No worries. Everyone for the final.
First of our 3 main finals, 3 races where more points can be gathered Championship leads can be whittled away or extended. But undoubtedly, this is the most important race of the weekend for these drivers. It's the one that puts them onto the podium. The one that carries the most points. And based on the pre-final, based on the heat earlier on, maybe even 4 drivers at the front of this field. Conor Scarisbrick, who starts on the inside the front row. Alongside him, the number 6, Harry Bartle. Behind them, Jack Robinson, who won the pre-final. And then alongside them, the number 120 of Oscar Walsh. So those 4 have been the main, certainly the key potential winners that we've seen so far. Still an awful long way to go, and as I said on the grid, we've seen lots of different things happen in DRS62. We've seen drivers come out of nowhere and find a way to the front of the field. Don't be surprised if there's drivers that could come into play towards the end of this 10 minutes plus a lap. It's a long way around this Rissington circuit in pretty blistering heat, it has to be said. We'll be around about the hottest time of the day just now. So 2 formation laps for the grand final of the DRS62. Scarisbrick and Bartle 1 and 2 on the grid. So they come down to the bottom of the loop. The circuit extension that we only use for the formation laps. Andy Cox is down there making sure everyone is formed as they should be. We await them to hit the accelerators. They do that now. The lights go from red to green and we are away. Scarisbrick has got the best of the starts from pole. Bartle tucks in alongside. I don't think there's been any change in the front 4 positions as they stream down into the left-hander of the loop up towards top bend. It's Scarisbrick who leads. 1-2-1 takes a nice chunk of curb on the inside as well. They are fairly aggressive, those curbs on the inside of that corner. And they all go through the dogleg with 1 spinner in the dogleg. It's the 1-3-2. The 1-3-2 of Benjamin Baker, who started in 11th place. Now at the end of the field, here are the leaders though. And here is that spin. He lost it all on his own, didn't he, initially? He lost it on his own and then got collected by one of the DRS62 drivers who carried on through. Who has made the most inroads in the first lap. And that 1-3-2 of Benjamin Baker has got more than that as a problem because he stopped on the way out of the dogleg. So drivers that made the most movement on the first lap. Liam Karbalov up into 6th place from 8th, and Nat Johnston up to 11th, and Daxton Groves took 2 places up to 13th as well. Jack Robinson is past Oscar Walsh into 3rd. The front 3 are heading through, the front 4 rather, because Walsh is still there. Don't rule him out just yet. Oh, a little bit of curb and a little bit wide from Scarisbrick. That will cost him a 10th or 2 as they go over start-finish. Will he come under pressure from Bartle? No. Bartle holds line of stern as they go into the loop for the 2nd time. This is probably going to be about an 11-lap race, I would imagine, in terms of, it takes around about 50 seconds, 48 seconds for these DRS62 karts to do a lap. 10 minutes plus that 1 final lap. So around about 11, I would imagine, will be the race duration. Scarisbrick, Bartle and then Robinson. All over the back of Bartle, isn't he, Robinson? And Robinson was the driver we certainly saw in the pre-finals. Bartle takes a huge clump of the inside curb at the elbow. That will cost him, and it is going to cost him. It's going to cost him the place, because down the inside comes Robinson. He just caught the curb. Harry Bartle on the inside of the elbow. It just pushed the car a little bit further to the right-hand side of the circuit than he would have liked. The net result of that was that it allowed for Robinson just to sneak up the inside, get a run on him down into paddock corner. And he is now the new occupant of second place. Scarisbrick let them all scrap behind him in the first 3 or 4 laps. He's just carried on his merry way at the front of this field. Scarisbrick, Bartle and Robinson, 1, 2 and 3. He's quick, isn't he, Robinson? Absolutely all over the back of Scarisbrick within half a lap or so of getting past. Bartle in second. Will he have a look into paddock? Not this time. 4 of them absolutely together. Do not rule out Oscar Walsh here. Oscar Walsh, the rookie driver. Certainly the top performing rookie at the moment. The next in line is Adam Bourne, who's in 6th place, and Liam Karbalev is in 7th. But these 4 are pretty much all together as they go into the dogleg. Back into our view at the bottom bend and the middle bend now as they come back up the hill towards the left-hander at the elbow. No change this time. Robinson doesn't want a move into the elbow, but he does like this move. This is where Robinson's been quick. He goes for it again. Robinson to the inside, and he now takes the lead. So Robinson is out front. Second place now is Conor Scarisbrick. So he's been out front for so long on one. Really wide goes Walsh. He just missed his braking point on the way into the left-hander of the loop. Took avoiding action so to make sure he didn't hit Harry Bartle. He went really, really wide. It's cost him 4 or 5 kart lengths. Here comes Scarisbrick down the inside. Scarisbrick in the elbow. Will he retake the place? He will. Scarisbrick, and Bartle tries to get on the action as well, and he runs a little bit wide as Robinson just tries to hold off the advances of Bartle. These are going at it already, and we've still got more than half of this race still to go here. Scarisbrick, who didn't want to be off the front for long, as Walsh tries to settle Bartle for that move for third of all. Contact between Walsh and Bartle. Bartle's a little look over his right shoulder to say, what are you playing at? To Oscar Walsh. Little bit of contact as they came through the right-hander. Here is the move from Conor Scarisbrick down the inside of Robinson. Bartle tries to follow him through. There's not an awful lot of space between the two of them, but it's fairly clean racing between the two youngsters. Into the dogleg once more, down towards middle bend. Scarisbrick, Robinson, Bartle, Walsh. Archie Pittsdrake is 5th. Contact warning for Walsh. I should imagine that is for the little tag that he gave Harry Bartle on the way out of the corner where they are now. That little kink onto the start-finish straight. It won't faze Oscar Walsh too much getting that. As Scarisbrick is replaced by Robinson at the front once more. So Robinson now hits the front again. Bartle is 3rd. Just a nice little watching brief for Harry Bartle at the moment. Doesn't need really to get too much involved. It's that move again from Jack Robinson. He does enjoy the drag up the hill towards the right-hander at paddock corner. You see the bumps there. The karts go under the load that these drivers have to manage and control of these DRS62 karts. Certainly a bumpy surface here at Rissington, always has been, especially into that first corner. Here they come once more then, over the start-finish line. It is still Jack Robinson who leads. Scarisbrick is right there with him. Bartle absolutely tucked under the rear bumper of Scarisbrick as well. And then a little gap back to Oscar Walsh. But as soon as these start to battle once more, you can bet that Oscar Walsh will be back within touching distance. Down the hill they come, into the left then. Swing down towards middle bend. Robinson, Scarisbrick, Bartle, top 3. Oscar Walsh still just about in touching distance, isn't he? Archie Pittstrake's got a pretty lonely job at the moment in 5th. Adam Bourne is leading a little trio of karts, including Liam Karbeloff and Jack Lane. They're squabbling over 6th, 7th and 8th. And then Zach McDonald is just ahead of Oliver Harrison, 9th and 10th. So here are the leaders once more. Down this short straight towards the dogleg. That was where Scarisbrick retook the lead a few laps ago. We've still got just under a quarter of race distance left. Robinson, Scarisbrick, right there, tucked right under the rear bumper. Get to the latter stages. This is as far as any of the DRS62 drivers have been this weekend. We're past the 8-minute mark. And this is as much about their attrition, as much about their stamina as Bartle attacks Scarisbrick, and in doing so, might just let Walsh in as well. What they've certainly done is allow for Robinson just to escape by a couple of kart lengths. This is exactly how the pre-final went, so Robinson will be more than happy for the drivers behind to squabble between themselves over 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Just let him cruise away at the front. It's exactly how the pre-final went. You do feel that Bartle is going to have to get past Conor Scarisbrick fairly quickly if he wants to get on terms with Robinson in the closing stages. So Scarisbrick very quick through the left-hander at the loop. Scarisbrick takes a little look over his left shoulder. We'll see that his eye line is filled with the number 6 of Harry Bartle. And down the hill once more. What have we got now? We've got just about, they'll get through, won't they, one more time. So this will be 2 to go next time. Now keep an eye on these front 4, led by the number 4. Robinson, Scarisbrick, Bartle, Walsh. Will it come from one of these 4? Will it come from Archie Pittstrake? Because if these fall over each other, Archie Pittstrake is next in line to be the benefactor. Through the left, we've got a lap and a half left here. We've got a grandstand finish from the DRS62s in the closing stages of this grand final. Robinson, who won the pre-final, under extreme pressure now. Here comes Scarisbrick down the inside. Can he make it stick? Ooh, he's got to try and hold on. Robinson can't hold on. Scarisbrick hits the front. Bartle a little bit wide, allows for Oscar Walsh to come to the inside, but he shuts the door as Harry Bartle holds on to that 3rd place. We're coming up to the elbow. Scarisbrick then, he's made his move with a lap to go. This is the move that Robinson likes, the inside on the way up to the hill. He hasn't got it though, he's going to have to find a new move. Is Jack Robinson if he's going to take this win away from Conor Scarisbrick. They're into the loop for the final time. They head up the hill towards the top bend. Will he have a look down the inside here? No, nothing happening between the front 3. Walsh is now 3 kartlers further back in 4th place. They're coming down for the final time now towards the dogleg. No change, a little bit wide from Robinson. He's got 2 corners if he's going to have a go down the inside. It is a tough ask in the final stages. There is an opportunity into the elbow if he's brave and he's close enough, but it's covered by Scarisbrick. Scarisbrick is going to win it then. I don't think Robinson's going to have enough to catch him over the line. It is Conor Scarisbrick who wins the grand final for the DRS62. He picked his moment from just around about 2 laps to go. Jack Robinson, who led the pre-final, led this race for a long time as well, comes home in 2nd. Harry Bartle has to settle in the end for a watching brief in 3rd. Oscar Walsh finishes back in 4th place. Archie Pittstrake rounds out your top 5, and that is the order of the grand final. Conor Scarisbrick then, the 1-2-1. He heads down towards Parc Fermé on his in lap. Job done, young man. Jack Robinson in second. Harry Bartle, this was the move with a lap and a half to go down the inside, perfectly executed into the dogleg. He closes the door on the exit, makes sure that Bartle can't get through at the same time. And Jack Robinson has to settle in the end for second place. So Scarrish, Bick, Robinson, Bartle, your top three. Oscar Walsh in fourth. Just didn't have the pace of the front three in the end. Archie Pitts-Drake, a distant and lonely fifth place. Liam Karbolev in sixth. Adam Bourne is seventh. Jackson Lane came home in eighth. Zach McDonald was ninth. And Oliver Harrison came home in 10th place. 2 to go then. The first of those is the DRS125 final. It is 10 minutes away and we'll head down to the grid. We're here on the grid for the DRS125s for their grand final, their main final of the day. 2 races left for us here this weekend at Little Rissington. The sun's been out. It's been some exceptional racing as well. We've got just 6 or 7 minutes before we start this this grand final, so we will grab a couple of drivers in a few moments. Just worth noting that they're not all here yet, so that some of them are cutting it very fine, it has to be said, because the gate opened quite a while ago, so some of these drivers just sauntering in ready for this grand final. So but we have got 6 or 7 minutes left, and different drivers do different things at different times. Some will prefer to be here and concentrated and looking out towards the gate and towards the start of the race. Others will be quite relaxed and chilled about it and will sort of turn up when they like, and as long as they're within the regulatory time that they need to be here, then they'll be absolutely fine. So yeah, very some different approaches for it. I wanted to try and grab a chat with Matthew Pearce, because I'm just intrigued about the strategy of this race and how he has to maybe do something a little bit differently to what he's done before. We'll wait for him to get his helmet on. Wait for him to get his helmet on first. We're just seeing now Sam Faulkner has arrived onto the grid, so he's one of the last to arrive. He'll put the car onto pole position. So remember, he's won both of the races so far. He didn't quite win the pre-final by as much of a distance as he did the heat earlier on today. The other driver that came into contention was Dylan Reid, and we'll try and grab a chat with Dylan at some point as well. Inside of the second row is Jack Rigg. Now Jack was particularly impressive in the pre-final as well, the 316. You can see they've got the umbrella on the car just to give him as much shelter as they possibly can do. I'm just waiting for some of these drivers to either put a mask on or to put their helmet on, so we can make sure that we are compliant with what we need to be compliant at. What I would say is that the Daniel Ricciardo Series and Andy Cox and the organisers here have been fantastic at ensuring that we are all keeping to within the government regulations. Of course, we want to be here, we want to be racing, we want to be seeing the action unfold. So to do that, we need to make sure that we are keeping to everything that they should be doing. We've got the clerk of course. This is quite interesting. Just have a look over here, because the clerk of the course is asking to see all the drivers. So it's probably worth me it's probably just worth me keeping quiet here and just seeing if we can gather a little bit of the information.
So far today, I've retrieved some tools off the cars. I've retrieved the tyre pressure gauge off the car, or off the track that's come off the car. But the last thing I've just retrieved was an ice pack.
Oh, interesting. So the clerk of the course is talking to the drivers about loose impediments on karts. He says he had to pick up a tyre pressure gauge today, and he's had to pick up I think there was a mobile phone that had come loose at Hooton Park a couple of weeks ago. So the clerk of the course is just reminding the drivers that they shouldn't have any loose impediments with them. The last one, he was saying that the last thing that he retrieved was, I just try and grab him now while he's here, and he can explain that to us himself, because I'm sure I just heard you say that you had to retrieve an ice pack.
Yes, I've just been handed from one of the marshals here at Rissington an ice pack that has come from one of the cadets' persons. I'm not quite sure where it was attached, Mark. The fact that it wasn't attached very well has made me think maybe we need to say to these guys, please, if you're thinking of that, can we just attach them a little bit better?
And it is actually that hot here. It is that hot that the drivers are going to the extreme of having to have some ice packs. Let's just get over here and speak to Matthew Pearce, because I've only got one question for him, really. It's about strategy, because of the way the first two races have unfolded. I've just got one question, Matthew, based on strategy. Is the best chance for you now track position? Because you've obviously spent a couple of races behind him. I'm not asking you to give things away to us, but is the likelihood now that your best opportunity right now is to get track position and go from there?
Yeah, I mean, this track, first corner, I'm on the outside, so I tried to do something in the pre-final, but it was going to end in tears, so I had to back out of it. But I know where he's gaining on me, so I'm trying to focus on that area of the track. So we've tried a few things. Hopefully we've done what we need to do to maximise that sort of, delta, if you like. So.
Because the gap had come down, hadn't it? The gap had certainly come down in the pre-final to where it was in the first heat.
Yeah, we've actually tweaked it again since the heat, so we're getting ever so close. But hopefully the last little tweak we've done is enough just to get him on the bumper and at least have a chance overtaking. Otherwise, it becomes very tedious.
Thank you very much. Interesting stuff. I mean, for me personally, it would be about track position. I think the strategy for me would certainly be make sure you get the jump on the start. I think that's probably, based on what we've seen so far, that's Matthew Pearce's best opportunity. Get his nose in front of Sam Faulkner, make Sam Faulkner think about something different. At the moment, Sam Faulkner's had it fairly straightforward. He's made a good start himself. He's got out front and he's managed to just effectively drive away. If he's got to see the back of something, that might make him do different things. And kart racing's a funny thing. Strategy's an interesting play, and that would certainly be my look at this first corner. We'll see how it develops. I'm just going to jump on the second row as well and speak to Dylan Reid, because Dylan Reid's had a bit of a mixed weekend, it has to be said. He was fairly quick in the qualifying. I think he was third fastest in qualifying earlier on today. I'm just going to try and grab him just for a moment here if we possibly can. Dylan, bit of a mixed bag, it has to be said. A bit of a recovery drive in the last race as well. You find yourself on the inside of the second row. What can you do from here?
Hopefully I've just got to stay on the back of Sam through the first corner, not lose any places, and work my way through from there, hopefully.
We've just been talking about how important track position could be here, in terms of if you can get the jump past Sam in the early stages, make him do something different that he hasn't had to do so far this weekend, that could result in something different.
Yeah, I mean, the temperature's ridiculous here. It's really hot, so I think everyone's going to be feeling it by the end of the race. So as long as I keep the pressure on, whether I'm in front or behind, we'll see how it ends.
Excellent stuff, and all the best for the race as well. So interesting to see what drivers' mindset is at the start of this race. Again, they've probably got to make Sam Faulkner do something different. He's had it too easy in the first two races, although the times have come down between himself and the likes of Matt Pearce and and the drivers in behind. At the moment, he's still facing the clean air, and I think until they get Sam Faulkner under a little bit more pressure and make him come back to them and make him have to attack them, I think that would be the ploy to try and stop him making it a clean sweep this weekend. Can he do it? We will see in just a few moments' time. We are a minute away from the start of the grand final for the DRS 125s. DRS 125s is underway. They'll have two of those just to ensure they've got the maximum amount of, well, I was going to say heat into the tyres. I don't think they need any more heat in the tyres this weekend. It's been ferociously hot here. It was just a short respite just then on the grid for the DRS 125s when the sun managed to find one of the very few clouds in the sky to hide behind. But other than that, it has been very, very hot indeed. 31 degrees at 4:05 here in the Cotswolds. And for those drivers, the temperature inside those race suits, inside those helmets, inside those karts, full of those components that are very, very hot, will exceed, well, probably double that temperature. Here we go then. Can Faulkner get the jump? It looks as if he has, or has Pierce got the jump? Tries to go around the outside, can't make it stick. Oh, there's contact between the two of them. Just a slight touch, I think, between Faulkner and Pierce. Faulkner manages to hold off the advances of Matthew Pierce. Can Pierce find a way? Now, Faulkner, in his mind now, will just be about scampering away at the front of this field. He'll just be about smooth, consistent, hit your apexes, hit your braking points. Keep Matthew Pierce behind. Can I extend my advantage? What we saw last time was Matthew Pierce so good under brakes, but did seem to lose a little bit on the way out of the corners. I think he needs track position. I think he needs to do it now in the next lap or two. Whilst he's close enough, I think he probably needs to force an opening. He just caught the curb, Matthew Pierce, on the inside of the elbow. We've seen a few drivers do that. We're still only a kart length or so between Sam Faulkner and Matthew Pierce. Here they go through. Here's the contact. It was involving the number 8 in the wars, hasn't he? The number 8 of Elliot Stanley, the race winner from Houghton Park. He's not going to win this race today. He's currently at the back of the field. Here are the front two then. We've completed just a lap and a half. It's 12 minutes plus that one final lap this race. So a long, long way around this Rissington circuit. Over start finish they come. Gap between Faulkner and Pierce is just around about 0.2 of a second. It's 2.5 kart lengths, isn't it, as they go through the loop once more. Just fear that if he doesn't get a little bit of track position, Matthew Pierce, what we've seen is as these races have gone on, Faulkner has just started to stretch his legs. Is it worth a little risk? Is it worth a little lunge, a little dive somewhere for Matthew Pierce? It's certainly what I'd be thinking at this point. But there is obviously the counterbalance of that in terms of championship points. If it goes wrong and you don't finish the race, you don't get the championship points. So it's a calculated risk, but racing drivers are racing drivers. They want to win races. And I'm sure that if the opportunity arises, Matthew Pierce will try and find a way. At the moment, Sam Faulkner is doing a stellar job at the front of this field. He's just got the measure, hasn't he? He's just got that half a car length he needs. I think this is a great opportunity for Pierce in here. I think he's been so good under brakes into the dogleg. It's a high-risk move. I absolutely appreciate that. But I would be very seriously contemplating it if he can get a good run now. What he'd need to do to be able to do that is he'd need to set it up. So he'd need to be exceptional through the loop, exceptional through top bend. He'd need to get a great run out of top bend and down that hill. He'd need to tuck right up behind as they go into the little kink into the dogleg, and then he could make his move. So he's got to be good here. This is where he needs to be good. He needs to be quick through here. He needs to tuck up in behind. He's not close enough on this occasion. In fact, he's maybe lost a little cart length or so as they come down. He's got to be right under the bumper as they head into the dogleg here. He's not. He gets closer under brakes and then tends to lose a little bit of time. It's almost a carbon copy of the pre-final at the moment, isn't it? And that's why we were saying it's so important to get that track position. Third place, Dylan Reid. Fourth place, Tom Snape. Oliver Owen is in fifth place, and then Carl Watt is behind them. So not an awful lot of movement through the field at the moment. Still weighing each other up, it seems, currently. So up towards the elbow once more. The race leader is Sam Faulkner. Still Sam Faulkner. The man that has led pretty much every lap of from every time the DRS125s have been on this circuit this weekend. Remember, he does have tyres that are 5 or so laps fresher than Matthew Pearce's as well. He's just on the fastest lap of the race so far as well. Sam Faulkner, fastest lap, a 42.973. Contact for Cody Eustace and Jack Rigg. 314 and 316 in 8th and 9th places at the moment. The group are on the way up towards the elbow once more, the left-hander. And then through the right and onto the main straight to complete another lap. We've still got nearly 7 minutes of this race remaining. The gap between first and second, 0.3 of a second. Just can't get there, Matthew Pearce. It will be very frustrating for him. I'm sure Dylan Reid's just starting to come back to these two a little bit. And Tom Snape has just done the fastest lap of the race so far in fourth. Oliver Owen is in fifth, a 43.2 last time round for him. Then Carl Watt, Ben Gartside, Cody Eustace, Jack Rigg in 9th. Elliot Stanley all the way back in 10th. Not a weekend to remember for the Hooton Park race winner. Into the right-hander then. Here are the front two. Is he closer this time? He's a little bit closer, isn't he, Matthew Pearce? This is where he needs to be quick, out of this corner, down this back straight. Can he tuck up within a cart length and then just have a little bite down the inside here? That was probably as close as he's been on the last lap. That's not close enough, but it's certainly as close as he's been. It's a good battle as well for 7th or 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, from Garside down to Dave Burns in 12th place. Over start finish are the leaders once more. Gap is 0.2. Fastest lap of the race so far for Sam Faulkner, a 42.850. So although it looks like Pearce is as close as he has been for a lap or two, Faulkner's still showing that he has the pace to turn the screw if he needs to. He will be aware of the pressure. Drivers are very well aware of the noise that two karts make, the noise that three karts make. They'll use little reference points as they drive round. So as he goes through the next corner, he'll have a little glance to his right. As he goes through the loop, which is where he's about to go now, Sam Faulkner, he'll be able to look through his right eye and just see how close, if he can usually see a bumper or a wheel or something behind him. They'll make little reference points throughout this race, drivers. They'll know exactly what's going on around them, exactly how close or far away other drivers are. At the moment, Sam Faulkner has just got the measure of him, just got the measure of Matthew Pearce in the key areas of the circuit, just keeping him at arm's length. It's a boxing match, isn't it? Keeping him at arm's length, stopping him from reaching in with the jab. And it is under extreme pressure here. He's been under pressure, Faulkner, for all 8 minutes of this race. Just look at Dylan Reid as well. Reid's just done the fastest lap of the race so far, 42.847. In third place, just edging back towards Matthew Pearce. The issue here is they are so evenly matched, these drivers, that ultimately nobody's able to do something that is 2/10, 3/10 quicker than the other driver without a mistake happening. So this is top end stuff, guys, that you're watching. This is the absolute top end of drivers getting the maximum out of their machinery. These are top drivers: Faulkner, Pearce, Reid, Snape, Watt. Elliott Stanley up to 6th as well. What a good recovery from him. I was saying it was a weekend to forget. He's managed to get himself 4 or 5 places in the last few laps and has recovered to a very respectable 6th place indeed. Here are the leaders then. He's close this time, isn't he, Pearce? Just keep an eye on how much he loses though as he goes out of the dogleg, down the back straight and into middle bend. And then he spends the rest of the lap trying to reclose the gap again. He's going to need a mistake, I think. I think he's going to need Sam Faulkner to make some sort of error here. Or he needs to be very, very, very brave indeed into one of the slower corners. It's a tough ask, a real tough ask for Matthew Pearce. But he's keeping Sam Faulkner honest at the moment, as Faulkner drops down towards the dogleg once more, the 2.83. It's the number 2 of Matthew Pearce behind him. Behind them is Dylan Reid. Into the right-hander. And over start-finish to complete one more lap. We've done 14 laps so far. We've got 2 minutes. It's going to be probably a 16, 17, even 18 lap race for these DRS125 drivers. Down the back straight they go once more. So what have we got then? As into the elbow go the front two. Both clipped the curb on the inside, didn't they? Both caught that inside wheel, Faulkner and Pearce. And it happens so often. The driver in front does something and you automatically react and you end up doing it yourself. Just keep an eye on Dylan Reid here. I think Dylan Reid is as close as he's been for the duration of this race. We're into the final stages. There's probably only 3 to go. But Dylan Reid is edging closer. Good drive from him. A really progressive drive from Dylan Reid. But closer and closer and closer, hasn't he, to the front two. For the moment, Faulkner and Pearce. Faulkner and Pearce at the front of the field. Faulkner, who hasn't put a foot wrong so far. And if he can do another, now let's see, another 3 laps, another 2 laps probably, he has a chance. Now, one of the chances for Matthew Pearce might be if Sam Faulkner gets defensive. He doesn't need to. He's not close enough, Pearce, at the moment to make a dive down the inside, but we've seen it so often where the driver in the lead thinks they're closer than they actually are, starts to go defensive, therefore slows himself down, and does allow the driver in behind to get right under the coattails of them and put them under attack. At the moment, Sam Faulkner doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that at all in this final lap. He's going to come round the elbow. Have we got any last lap drama here? Has Matthew Pearce got anything up his sleeve to find a way through and stop Sam Faulkner from making it a clean sweep here at round 2 at Rissington? Oh, we were talking about how well Elliot Stanley had done. He's got a mechanical failure. So Elliot Stanley puts his hands on his head. He has retired from this final. He was in 6th place as well. He had the fastest lap of the race as well, did Elliot Stanley, but he hasn't managed to finish. And back at the front, there is no change, and I cannot see there's a yellow flag now, so there's definitely going to be no change into the final corner. The yellow flag will be into the elbow, so it is going to be Sam Fulton. They got a little bit of relief when they've seen that yellow flag. Sam Fulton there from lights to flag wins the DRS125 Grand Final here at Rissington, round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. He's won every heat. He was fastest in qualifying. He's done every heat, every pre-final, and now he has won the final. Matthew Pearce so close, yet couldn't quite get on terms with Sam Fulton. Dylan Reid home in 3rd. Impressive drive from him as well. Certainly had the pace in the closing stages. Tom Snape, a very, very tidy 4th place considering where he was after qualifying this morning. Carl Watt, an excellent 5th. Cody Eustace in 6th. Jack Rigg, 7th. Oliver Owen in 8th. And Tommy Welsh, the rookie, in 9th place. Elliot Stanley didn't finish. He was the fastest lap of the race holder, a 42.684. But ultimately, it is Sam Faulkner who will take maximum points from this weekend at Rissington, on his way to Clay Pigeon, and we are left with just one final race to go. The grand final for the DRS100, scheduled off for exactly 4:30, and we'll be with you shortly.
final race of the day then, DRS 100s, and which of these drivers on this grid can stop Ron Campbell-Pilling from making it a triple today? The heat, the pre-final and the final. So the DRS 100 final, our last race of the day, and which of these drivers on this grid can try and stop Ron Campbell-Pilling from making it a triple, the heat, the pre-final and the final. We're going to head back and onto row 3 and just have a quick chat with Sherry-Ann Powell, because we spoke to her earlier in the day. I thought she was excellent in the pre-final in terms of pace. Let's see what she can do from back here. Sherry-Ann, loads of pace in the pre-final, got yourself right into one of the top positions. He made it very, very wide to get past, didn't he?
Yeah, it was quite hard to get past, but I didn't end up getting past him.
And what can you do? Obviously, the inside of the third row here, you've shown that you've got the pace to probably match Ron Campbell-Pilling at the front of the field. You've got to get past these as quickly as you can, I suppose, if you've got aspirations of getting on terms with him.
I just stay behind and just through a couple of corners I try and get him, but not on the first one.
So a conservative first lap and see where you end up.
Try and end up at the top, but don't.
Okay, we wish you all the very best for the final. We're just going to scoot over one as well and have a chat here with Ethan Critchley. Ethan, top rookie on the outside of the third row. What's the plan here? There's obviously a couple of quick drivers in front. There's a load behind that will be after your place. Is it very much a case of trying to get some track position in amongst these guys?
Yeah, I think covering the inside into turn 1 will be key to kind of stay in position, and then once the race settles down, we'll see what the pace is like, and if we can overtake a few cars, that'd be nice.
Absolutely. And we looked before, but we talked a lot about the heat today. We talked a lot about tyre degradation and how tough it's going to be. This is the longest race of the day. How much of a difference does that make in terms of how the kart's going to handle?
Well, obviously it's going to be a bit more slidey towards the end. So I suppose if you can be a bit more careful on your tyres in the first couple of laps, it might reward you at the end. So, the top drivers might be better at the end. So you might see a reshuffle.
We wish you all the best for the grand final. I'm just going to come back one as well and have a quick chat with Maximilian Solarski. Not quite the weekend that you would have hoped for, I'm sure. You were obviously right at the front of proceedings at Hooton Park in round 1. It's been a bit of a mixed round 2, it has to be said.
Yeah, we had a bit of problems today, which made us go a bit slower, but hopefully we've got it all sorted for the final.
And we saw you move right through the field. Obviously, qualifying wasn't the way you wanted it to be, but you've now made a bit of a recovery, haven't you? You're on the outside of the 4th row. What's realistic from here?
Well, just see what happens now. Just go as far as I can. Yeah.
We wish you all the best for the grand final. So that's 3 of the drivers from a little bit further down the field, all be looking to get themselves on terms with those 2 at the front. So let's see if any of them can make the inroads in the opening few laps to get themselves on terms with the likes of not just Ron Campbell-Pilling, but the number 5 of Dylan Brealey and the number 138 as well of Henry Foote. All 3 of those have shown pace to be at the sharp end of this DRS 100 final. Let's see who comes out on top. The DRS 100 final is due to start in just a few moments. So it all comes down to our final race of the day, the DRS100 Grand Final. And we'll do a second formation lap here, just to let some of the drivers at the back of the field catch up. So 12 minutes plus a lap for this DRS100 Grand Final. We're talking on the grid to Ethan Critchley about how that may differ in terms of tyre wear, in terms of how the kart feels. It could be uncharted territory for some of these drivers. So we've now got a bit of an issue where we've got one driver who's got to drop to the back of the field and the rest of them have got to go past him. So they're going to go round again. So we've got a third attempt. Remember, it was the DRS100s who had a start aborted earlier on today, resulted in a few of them getting a bit of a ticking off from the officials. But we will have a third attempt this time round. (11 to 16-year-old), these young drivers. Reading earlier on as well, Risha Palmovsky, who was in the field at Houghton Park, is actually at the Grand Prix this weekend, so has decided to miss this round and try and count it as one of her drop-scored rounds. I'm sure the people at Silverstone are enjoying the weather just as we are. I wonder if they've got the same close racing that we have here as well. It's away first time. Is it? Is it? Campbell Pilling's got a great start, but he's certainly got a jump. It wasn't the most even of starts. It hasn't been for the last couple, to be perfectly honest. It's almost like they can't decide who's going to go first, and they're trying to persuade each other to get going. And in the end, Campbell Pilling just says, well, I'm the pole man, I'll get going now, and off he goes. And the rest of them are very slow to react. So Ron Campbell Pilling has made the best of the starts. He's given himself the best possible opportunity to make it 3 out of 3 today and take maximum points here from Little Rissington for round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. His early pursuer is the man who started behind him. Henry Foote is behind him. Let's see where the lights. So Sherry Ann Powell is up one place as well. So she said she was going to have a conservative start, maybe try and pass 1 or 2. Well, she's passed 1. She's passed Daniel Ware. Ethan Critchley is up a place as well, and Maximilian Solarski is up a place as well into 7th. Jamie Scott is up to 8th. Who else made good inroads on that last lap? Aaron Mensah up into 13th from 15th. Sam Halley-Hicksman, expect him to come through the field in 5th at the moment, and then Maximilian Reid has made 2 places from 20th to 18th. The drivers who've lost out on that first lap: Sam Branston all the way down in 21st place. Charlie Ratford lost a couple of places as well, the British indoor karting champion. Contact warnings as well for Jamie Scott and Charlie Radford, so that might be the reason why Charlie Radford had lost a couple of places last time round. So Campbell Pilling, fastest lap of the race so far on lap 2, 43.535. The lead at the moment is fairly comfortable. It's maybe 5-6 kart lengths. It's 0.7 of a second over Henry Foote, who has got Brealey. Well, he hasn't got Brealey now. He's got Sherry Ann Powell now. Just watch Sherry Ann Powell here. She could be a dark horse to win this race. Sherry Ann Powell is in 3rd. What Campbell Pilling has got to do now is really start to put the hammer down, really start to, as we've got a retirement of the 155 of Kai Newman, really got to put the hammer down as Campbell Pilling, because if Sherry Powell can find a way past Henry Foote, and that's easier said than done, by the way, she will have a free run at Rowan Campbell Pilling, and she'll have a lot of time to do it as well. And she's shown the pace. Shown the pace in the pre-final. Let's see. Sherry-Ann Powell has to get past Henry Foote quickly. Cannot spend 3 or 4 laps in behind Henry Foote. And if anything, Henry Foote might be as well to let Sherry-Ann Powell pass. And the reason for that is Sherry-Ann Powell has more pace than Henry Foote. There's no doubt about that. Sherry-Ann Powell could drag Henry Foote towards Rowan Campbell-Pilling. So if Henry Foote is, you know, trying to engage a little bit of racecraft here, he might say, go on then, you're quicker than me, take me towards the race leader. Give me a chance of winning the race at the end by making a couple of overtaking manoeuvres. I'm not sure Henry Foote has thought about that. I'm not sure. Well, he's going defensive, so he's certainly not thinking about that. But all he's doing is probably ruining any chance of him. Or, see, he's waving now to Sherry-Ann Powell to say, come on, we'll get after the leader. But you're not quick enough, Henry, to get up to the leader. You've shown that in the last few laps. I would let Sherry-Ann Powell pass. It might seem counterproductive. It's actually very clever racecraft because it might take you closer to the winner of the race. Might take you to the sharp end. He's actually backing the rest of them up at the moment. All this does is plays into the hands of Rowan Campbell-Pilling, because Campbell-Pilling has extended his advantage to 1.4 seconds. He's defending again, Henry Foote. This is, well, it's, I'm not going to criticise Henry Foote for driving defensively. What it is doing is probably preventing the spectacle of us having a Sherry-Ann Powell versus Rowan Campbell-Pilling shootout, because Sherry-Ann Powell just can't find a way through now. Henry Foote is so keen to keep her behind. He's constantly looking behind. He's constantly checking where she is. He's constantly trying to cover off where she is on the circuit. We've got one car with an exhaust manifold error as well. Again, Henry Foote waves to Sherry-Ann Powell. Sherry-Ann Powell needs to ignore that. She needs to force her way past if needs be, because she's losing her chance to go and win this race by not forcing her way through. This is where we see racecraft come into it. He's so obsessed, isn't he? Henry Foote with looking either side, covering off Sherry-Ann Powell. It's a long time to defend second place. He waves again. Pointless, Henry. Either get your head down and get after the race leader, or let her go and get onto the back end of her and let her drag you to the race leader. From a complete neutral's perspective, come on, Sherry-Ann. Find a way past. Force your way through. Give yourself the chance to get on terms with Campbell-Pilling. We want to see close racing. We want to see challenges for the lead. And all at the moment that's happening is Henry Foote keeps waving to her as if to say, please stay behind me. She's got to try and find a way through. He looks again to the right-hand side, goes defensive, waves again to her. They go through bottom bend once more. It's got to be worth a dive, hasn't it, Sherry-Ann? It's got to be worth a little look somewhere. And if you can't, then do the same again. Daniel Weir, I'm sure, will have the bit between his teeth and try and find a way through. It is tough to overtake here, but there are opportunities to do it. Through the left-hander they go of the loop, up towards top bend. Campbell-Pilling absolutely cruising at the front of this field, and that's because the only driver really who has the pace to get on terms with Rowan Campbell-Pilling is stuck in behind a very, very wide Daniel Ricciardo kart of 138 Henry Foote. They head towards the right-hander and then to the elbow. Sherry-Ann Powell still tucked up behind the second place of Henry Foote. Campbell-Pilling 2 seconds ahead. 43.6 for Campbell-Pilling. The trailing group are doing 43.6s as well. But the problem is track position. Track position is some 2 seconds between third and fourth. And here comes the 152 of Ethan Critchley. So that's how you do it. So Critchley has dived down the inside on the way into the dogleg and is now ahead of Daniel Weir. Dylan Briley's behind both of them, currently in 6th place. Maximilian Salarski is 7th, Jamie Scott is 8th, and Charlie Ratford, the British indoor karting champion, is 9th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones is 10th, Aaron Mensah 11th, and Ali Hussein is in 12th place. So the leaders then continue to complete laps here. No major changes. We've had nearly 8 minutes of the race. We've got 4, so we're 2/3 distance through, plus that one final lap. Rowan Campbell-Pilling has got a back marker to deal with in Tristan Powell. He's got to find a way past Powell. Just keep an eye on Ethan Critchley here, looking dangerous, isn't he? Because what Sherry-Ann Powell's going to find is, because she hasn't managed to find a way past Henry Foote, there will now be drivers that will find a way past her and will have a pop at Henry Foote. Henry Foote is the slowest of the 4 drivers, but he has got track position. He's sat there in second place, and here comes Critchley down the inside, and that is the danger, Sherry-Ann Powell, of not forcing the issue, not forcing your way through past Henry Foote in second. He has held you up now for, well, some 9 or 10 laps of this race. Not only has that prevented you from getting on terms with Rowan Campbell-Pilling, but it's now put you in a battle with Ethan Critchley as well. She did manage to catch Ethan Critchley on the switch. Drove back down the inside and is now back onto Henry Foote, who is still waving at people. I'm not quite sure why. He's still waving at people as he comes down through the bottom bend. Is she close enough this time? She's going to force away. He's very defensive. Critchley down the inside as well. Oh, he hasn't made that move stick. He won't make that move stick. Half a move from Ethan Critchley. And now Critchley, by making that half move, have come under pressure from Daniel Weir. So a little bit of lack of conviction from Ethan Critchley. Made it stick the lap before. Couldn't make it stick this time. And it's cost him time. It's dropped him back behind Daniel Weir and possibly into the clutches of Dylan Brealey as well. So Dylan Brealey in 6th place. Maximilian Salarski is up to 7th. Jimmy Scott is 8th. Charlie Ratford still in 9th. Aaron Mentor up a couple of places. And Oscar Walmsley-Jones is into 11th. Ali Hussein is 12th. And Daniela Sutton in 13th place. There is your race leader. So we don't want to tempt fate here, but there was a similar situation for Rowan Campbell-Pilling. This time 3 weeks ago at Houghton Park, and his exhaust manifold broke. And that led to him receiving a technical flag. Played right into the hands of Maximilian Salarski, who went on to win that weekend. Freddie Cox was second. Freddie Cox isn't here this weekend. I saw a note to say he was isolating from COVID-19. Oh, and wide goes Daniel Weir, so we just saw him run wide on the exit. And here comes Sherry-Ann Powell with a move that really she should have done all of 10 laps ago, but she now is through. And now this will be a great indicator of how fast Sherry-Ann Powell could have been. Let's look at the distance and the gap between herself and Rowan Campbell-Pilling. She's made the move now and has moved up into 2nd place. Henry Foote up into 3rd, or back down to 3rd rather. Critchley is now 4th. Daniel Weir, courtesy of running wide on the exit of Top Bend, now finds himself into 7th place. So then, I'm so interested to see what the difference will be here between these two in terms of time. So last lap, Rowan Campbell-Pilling did a 43.4. I think Sherry-Ann Powell has had to deal with a back marker, or she will have to deal with a back marker before too long. But you can already see that she's extended her advantage over Henry Foote. Oh, fastest lap of the race so far for Sherry-Ann Powell. We've been robbed of what would have been an absolute spectacle here between Sherry-Ann Powell and Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Sherry-Ann Powell has just done the fastest lap of the race so far, 43.268. If only she could have forced the issue with Henry Foote within a lap or so of getting into 3rd, we could have had a completely different final here for the DRS100. As it is, Rowan Campbell-Pilling has nearly a 4-second advantage. He's currently lapping around 0.2 of a second slower than Sherry-Ann Powell. But there is no way that in the remaining one lap of this race she's going to close that gap. She's just done another 43.3 for Sherry-Ann Powell. And this is the point I was making. Henry Foote has just done his fastest lap of the race. If he had relinquished that, I know it feels strange for these young drivers, but in terms of racecraft, in terms of trying to get the end result, Henry Foote should have let Sherry-Ann Powell past because she's doing now what he wanted her to do earlier. He's using her speed to drag him along. This would have been a bumper grandstand finish. As it is, we've got a distant winner, or a distant leader, who is going to win, I'm sure, because he's coming round the final corner. And Rowan Campbell-Pilling wins, lights to flag. Sherry Ann Powell, take nothing away from that young lady. It is a good result in second place. It could have been even better, no doubt about that. Henry Foote will get his place on the podium in third. Ethan Critchley in fourth. Dylan Brierley finishing fifth. What a good recovery drive from Maximilian Salarski up into sixth. Daniel Weir was seventh. Jamie Scott was eighth. Charlie Ratford was ninth. And Aaron Mensah was 10th. Rowan Campbell-Pilling then won the first heat, fastest in qualifying, won the first heat, won the pre-final, has won the final at a canter as well. We can talk about what could have been, but Sherry Ann Powell, an excellent second place and a fist pump to go with it as well. There we go. Henry Foote will be pleased, I'm sure, with third. Ethan Critchley and Dylan Brierley likewise fourth and fifth. Top rookie was Ethan Critchley in fourth place. A good drive from him. And that concludes our DRS Series second round here at Little Rissington in the sunny Cotswolds. We'll be back in around about half an hour's time with the trophy presentation. A thank you from me and the officials here at Little Rissington. Great host for us once more. We're back, remember, at Little Rissington later on in the series. We'll be back here for round 5 in early October. Let's hope the sun shines down on us then. But from me and everyone here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series, we'll see you for the trophy presentation in 30 minutes' time. and welcome to the trophy presentation for round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series here at Little Rissington. We'll start with our DRS62 class, and we'll start with our top rookie driver. Our top rookie driver finished overall in 4th place, and it was the 120 of Oscar Walsh. So our top 3 then, and in 3rd place was number 6, Harry Bartle. Second place for number 4, Jack Robinson. And today's winner picked his spot with around about 2 laps to go and never looked back. Today's winner, the 121 of Conor Scarisbrick. Ladies and gents, your DRS62 top 3. So from the youngest to the oldest, it's our DRS125, straight into the top 3 with 3rd place, the number 317, Dylan Reid. In 2nd place, the number 2 of Matthew Pearce. And a clean sweep it was for the number 283. Your winner today for DRS125, Sam Faulkner. The top 3 for DRS125. And finally, the DRS100. We start with the top rookie, who also finished in 4th place. It was the 152 of Ethan Critchley. And into the top 3 in 3rd place. I think it's fair to say the widest cart, the widest DRS cart in Little Rissington this weekend. The 138 of Henry Foote. And possibly a case of what could have been, but nonetheless a super drive for 2nd place for the 147 of Sherion Powell. And today's winner, and a clean sweep as well, for the number 108, Ron Campbell-Pilling. Ladies and gents, your DRS100 top 3. Series. We will see you all in a month's time when we head down to the south coast to Clay Pigeon. We'll see you.